And yeah, so mobile responsiveness within reason. So let's look at what we did yesterday. Or not yesterday, sorry, Tuesday. So this is the main thing, right? Having another sidebar there made this look really wonky. We can show and hide that. As we shrink in, we got that there, or we got this here. We should probably just fiddle with the width of this just a little bit more. Yeah, it's not the most beautifully designed app, but it'll work. So here's the big thing. Yeah, let's go add some new snippets. Oh, that's not even wired up. Let's go do that. I think we had just started adding that button. Yeah. All right, hold on. We got to find where that menu is. Yeah, chapter menu. That's up there. Oh, did we not have that added yet? Hold on. So yeah, I gutted one function, but it's this one right here. And we did that just because we wanted to reuse it. Okay, so it's just create new snippet. We should be able to do this here. All right, so that's that one. I think we had it in two places though, right? See it there in chapter menu. Right, and we're doing that in 2 places. Yeah, it works for me. So then, boom. Oh. That one is the one that we didn't wire up. That's why we created a reusable function for it. Oh. We killed the server. That's why nothing was updating. I know, right? Always fun. Okay, so here's one thing I want to fix already. So it looks all right. Still kind of weird at mobile though, right? Yeah, so that's not the part we're working on right now. Honestly, we don't expect people to use this on mobile. We still want it to work. But this is just too much space up top. We can let it be for now. All right, so then next up, quick thing. Is it bugging anyone else as much as me to see that gray bar not go all the way across? I think the create new snippet there. Oh my, look at that one. That gets really weird. I bet this doesn't actually look great on real mobile devices. Right, in this case, create new snippet there makes sense to be full width. I think that gray needs to be full width too. Right, that just looks better. Now this, not being all the way flush to the right, might be something worth considering real quick. But technically, it is flush to the right. Maybe we just want to give it a border or something? Nah, I'm gonna call it good. I think it's fine. Doesn't mean that button probably needs a little more spacing on it, though. Ah, so we made that one transparent instead of subtle. I wonder if that's the fix. That didn't fix it. So close icon is its own special magic thing, right? Or I just need to set the size to XL. So now it lines up, but the title doesn't. Because I've got some margin on it, I think. No, I don't. Oh, it's the gap. That's it. Yeah, we had that right there. Good enough? It's like slightly off. I'm okay with slightly off. So here's something I want to check after this. As we get all the way to the bottom there. Cool. Yep. So that's sticking to the bottom like we expected. Yeah, I'm gonna call that good. We got just one more quick little thing for this. Yeah, I think we're pretty good with it. I'm gonna call the mobile responsiveness fixes ish. Double check and make sure it builds before we try and actually send this up for the PR. Yep, there's stuff we're forgetting to remove. And hey, what's up, Clarkio? Feel like I haven't seen you doing Thursdays that much. How you doing? I know, I'm doing PRs for my own repo. It's crazy. It's the weirdest thing. It's the craziest thing. Ah, he was trying to have a co-work stream. Nice. How'd that go? No, I do. The only reason I'm doing it this way is because we actually went through the process of creating issues. And I like, you know, I like closing out those issues without having to do so manually. So I create the PR, I do the resolves, whatever, and then I call it good. But we also have someone who's trying to create the dark mode for us. So, yeah. PRs and branches are necessary. But yeah, no, thank you for the raid and run. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you, Clarkio. Mr. Sir. So yeah, for everyone joining, the thing that we basically just worked on is mobile responsiveness for this app. So we got our snippets menu there. We got our side menu here for the selected book. And we can do our thing. Now, I'm not especially happy with this placement right here. Right? That sizing is also weird. I think there's something I could do to fix it, but meh. I'm fine with it. All we got to do right now is get rid of some of these things that we're not using anymore. And we should be good for building and merging that in. Oop. Oh, that was a weird one. Okay, so import us. Commit. I do that one a lot. All right, so we got that pushed up. Let's go do the PR for it. Your favorite part, right, CD Villard? Okay, so here's the next big thing I want to do for this. I need to migrate off of GitHub Pages because it gives us an issue that is really annoying. If we were to go to GitHub Pages, right, and we were to refresh a bunch, we can actually recreate this exact error pretty easily just by refreshing really quickly, which is annoying. And all this is happening is because you need to send specific headers from the server to convince the browser that you should have access to shared array buffers, which is one of the core underlying things that makes WebAssembly actually work. So because of that, we use a little hacky tool called Koi Service Worker, which is a service worker that injects those headers for us. And it does so most of the time, but it has to spin up before everything else. And it's just not as good as it should be. There might be something I could do to make that work better. You know what I could also actually do? Just deploy out to Render or Vexilla or whatever. Oh, you can just retry, but that's something I can do. How does a user know to do that? If they see that on their first time, they're going to assume the app's broken and they'll never touch it again. The only retry would actually be a full page refresh because the order of operations didn't happen right. And that's gross. And you don't want to introduce a refresh loop for the user at all. So the amount of effort to work around that is just not worth it. You can do anything you want. Right? That's the point there, Emperor Lou. You can do anything you want. But what is the fix? Causing a full page refresh. If you do that more than once or twice for a user, that is extremely user hostile. Bad idea. You don't want to do that. Forcing a refresh of your page via JavaScript is incredibly gross. I'm sorry, Goldblend. I just went through it. I'm not going to go through the whole spiel again. Needless to say, the right fix is to host it somewhere that allows me to modify headers. That's it. Now, does Vexilla allow us to do that? That I don't remember. It's an issue specifically for WebAssembly. WebAssembly needs shared array buffers, and shared array buffers need very specific checks for permissions, right? Of like making sure you're loading that into a user's browser from a place that's safe. Hold on, let me merge this first. Again, four-wheel gator. That's the exact bug we are working on fixing right now. Like, dude. All right, so how can we actually get headers pushed out to the user? Looks like we might not be able to with Vexilla. So yeah, Vexilla doesn't allow us to actually modify the headers that come back unless we were to use Next.js, which we're not using right now. Boom, render does though. So there it is. Let's do it, render. Oh, we got to give it permissions for it, though. Oh, let me do this. Oh, that is the wrong GitHub one. I can probably delete that one. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh. Was it in there? Wasn't very easy to find. Oh. So I'd have to deploy it out as like part of a config? Yeah, that's too much effort. I'm good on it. I don't want to make a deployment-based change to my repo. Why? Why not just do it where we need it? Oh, but it's more portable. It isn't if it's locked down to one provider. Like, you know? But yeah, you're right. So you can do it, just not in the way I was expecting to. And at this point, we're already far enough along with another service. Ooh, when we do a build, yeah, and I get why Vexilla does that. You know, I'm not trying to throw too much shade. I think a big problem is if they had every single little thing that you could configure in that file here in their UI, the UI would seem overly bloated, right? So I think it's more laziness than anything. But yeah, 4-wheel just makes it really easy. Or not 4-wheel, sorry, render does. But yeah, what folder do we build to? I think it's dist. But at least, yeah, you don't have to do it through Next.js headers either. So that's a good bit too. We could have done it. It would have made sense with anything, right? It's just we need a static file host in which we can configure redirecting to the home page, or not redirecting to homepage, but you know, forcing index.html resolution, right, for HTML5 history, and we need to be able to update headers. GitHub Pages does not allow us to update headers or even allow us to do any of that. Emperor Lou, that is exactly what we were just talking about, the thing that I was hovering when you asked about this whole thing, right there. The reason we're having issues is because that does not kick in immediately, and if you refresh enough, you get into a state where we didn't load quick enough. That is exactly what we were looking at when you were bringing up your points about retrying. It's an order of operations problem that I just don't feel like worrying about. It is a proxy solution, technically. It's a service worker proxy. Literally. Like, duh. All right, so this is gonna fail though. We can't do the headers here yet. So now, the stuff we want to fix, I want to get rid of... Where is it in our router? Right, so we had base name there, we didn't need it there. We just need it in our Vite building. This is for local dev stuff. That doesn't work for production. We don't need Koi service worker anymore. And we should probably just remove it. Okay. So those should be the fixes for that. I want to do one more thing. At least for the time being. We're going to comment out the other Whisper model sizes we care about. And these just stay commented, because eventually I'd like to open this up, but we don't have sponsorship from storage or any other storage provider for the bandwidth that this might consume, and at a gig, that would mean 20 people per month could actually download it, right? Whereas here, we basically 10x the amount of people that could use it. I don't think we need a PR for this. Let's make sure we still build. I could have missed something. Yeah, looks like we're good. TSC succeeded. We'll push that one up to main. There you go, CD Villard. All right, so that deploy is started. But, hold on. Here in Vite config, we got to set these. Or not here in Vite config, we got to copy these. And the value is require corp. I think we're still waiting on a deploy. Oh, that's orderly-113. This is probably orderly- no? Ah, there we go. Okay, and we just got some image issues now. I forgot about that. Oh, that's over in dist. We don't care what's in dist. All right, we'll let that deploy out. We don't care about that change. What I need to do now is we're gonna host this on my domain, right? Because the on render thing looks a little weird. Ooh, Owen, yeah, that's not good. Where in your back? Lower back? Upper back? If it seems like it's kind of near where your heart would be, but on the back, yeah, that's not a good thing. Back pain is actually, yeah, like, I don't know. Measure your heart rate. See how fast your heart's beating. Things like that. I don't want to worry you, because that could be even worse. Yeah, check your heart rate, check your blood pressure, if you have any of those things available. But back pain can be a sign of heart issues. I'm not saying it is, but it can be. Lumbar pain, typically not, but where you just described, it's worth double checking. Yeah, it is, Cake. Yeah, it's pretty scary, actually. It depends on the specific type of pain, but yeah, it's definitely something to be wary of. Yeah, you guys know, like, the, have you ever seen those shorts? Like, the real stories from being a firefighter or whatever it's called? Right? That guy, he does some great fun shorts, but yeah, that was even in one of them. And yeah, Owen, if you don't have anything to measure your heart rate, just do the 2 fingers on the neck thing and count it out. Like over the course of 10 seconds, multiply by 6. Do that a couple times, because your breathing can affect it too. Yeah, that guy's videos are great. He's really good. All right, so let me go. I think I'm still using Namecheap because I'm too lazy to switch. But I definitely need to switch. I would like it if they weren't showing that deploy hook key automatically. We'll reset it here in a sec. All right, hold on. 113p on render. Save all changes. It'll probably take a few minutes. Yeah, do you not remember when the CEO threatened to sue me? Yeah, Namecheap CEO is unhinged. I'm not saying it's the truth, but it is widely believed that they will sometimes snipe domains from people. It is common enough of a belief that I'm not the only one that shares it. I said so publicly, other people backed it up, and then he threatened to sue me. Now, technically, the main reason is he said something that made it seem like, well, yeah, in that case, we would try and snipe you, when instead his phrasing was really bad. Not even steal a domain you paid for, just one that you searched for. Right? The GoDaddy tactic. It's called domain sipping. GoDaddy is documented doing it. Yeah, they'll register it for a day because they can do so for free as a registrar. When you go back and try and grab it, oh, all of a sudden it's $3,000. We can help negotiate that rate for you if you want. That's a GoDaddy tactic. That is something GoDaddy is actually well known for. Hey! Yeah, exactly. Never use GoDaddy for anything. I don't recommend it. Yeah. I mean, worth 4K is a fuzzy number. They want you to think it's worth that so they can get the commission on trying to sell it to some sap. Unless you had in writing someone willing to buy it for 4K, it's just speculation, like sports cards. The value in a Beckett or a Tough Stuff or whatever is meaningless until you actually find a buyer. And that goes for Beanie Babies, that goes for any collectible, anything with fuzzy value. All right, speculative value. Oh, no worries, Collaborative Rocker. Yeah, cheers. But okay, so, is it running? Did it blend? Nope, SSL still getting deployed. It typically tends to just work. The only thing they're missing are server-side functions, right? If I wanted to spin up a marketing site that just had a simple email sign-up, I'd have to go with a service that offers server-side functions. Or I'd have to host that function on like AWS Lambda or something. That's the only thing they're missing. But it's likely that they just don't have it on the free tier. That said, other services do. So if I ever do need server-side functions, even just a couple for some simple stuff, Render is not the place to go for it. But if I have just like a static site that just doesn't quite work on GitHub pages due to various reasons, then yeah, Render is perfect for that. So I'd say Render really, for the free tier, serves a niche between GitHub Pages and Vercel. Once you start getting into paid tier stuff, I'd probably swap out Vercel for Netlify, but then you're about the same. Yeah, maybe. Could be cool. Yeah, let's do a refresh. Looks like certificate issued. Did it blend? Hey. All right. A VPS doesn't scale to 0. We're talking about cheap and free. If you think I don't know how to host on a VPS, you are being massively dismissive. You try releasing as many side projects as I do, and hosting all of them on VPSs, and see how much that starts to cost you. All right, so did this work? Is it working? Did it blend? Not every project I have even needs a marketing site or is hostable as a website, right? I've got CLI tools, I've got all sorts of stuff. And hosting static sites is extremely cheap on a VPS, but it's way more work, right? So how much time is your time worth? Or how much money is your time worth? You gotta put a value on that. If you think I'm incapable of hosting on a VPS, Nearland, that really, really, really betrays what you think of me. I understand that, Cake. Do you think a $5 a month VPS would host 40 to 50 projects? Not with any discernible amount of traffic. Meanwhile, if I don't use AWS Lambda, it scales to 0. I pay the 50 cents a month for a domain on AWS. I have projects that are massively scalable due to AWS Lambda that cost me 50 cents a month. Just simply because no one is using it at the time. But if it does catch wind somewhere, it will happily handle that scale. You're not going to host that many projects on a $5 Linode. You know what you're also going to have? A single point of failure for all those projects. That is not a good idea. That is not best practices. It is incredibly dismissive to tell people just host it on a VPS. Y'all act like I haven't been doing this for a while and I don't remember the time before any of these serverless products existed. Yes, I've hosted numerous sites on VPSs, e-commerce sites, all sorts of stuff, for clients. I'm not going to put all of my eggs into one basket. That's insane. But yeah, so it is working. It did blend. Yeah, exactly, Jarrell, for sure. Nice, the bread. Yeah, so before when you were having issues, you may have been on the version that had the memory leak. Yeah, the version with the memory leak would massively slow things down, especially like as you were typing and stuff like that. So I think now that we don't have that memory leak anymore, you should be good. But yeah, if anyone wants to try it out, let me know. Cake, honestly, it's not about even for profit. If I have something that I might want to release out to a wider group, such as this. When we release this out, I think we made it to #1 on Product Hunt for like the day that we released it. We might have been #2 actually. We were definitely top 10. When you get that kind of spike on a project, it doesn't matter if it's for profit or not. It depends on where you release it and the people that are going to see it. Really? Ooh, hold on. So we got this error because I got to do one thing there. Really? So that didn't fix it? That is strange. Yeah, that should have fixed it. So hold on. I need to do one thing because our pathing is wrong. hold on. Yeah, let me fix one quick thing. It is redirects rewrites. Yeah? Oh, and yeah, we don't want it a redirect, we wanted a rewrite. That was it. I can't reproduce it. You guys are definitely on the right one, right? Orderly.cmgriffing.com? Not the GitHub one? Yeah, I'm not able to reproduce that anymore, so I'm not sure how you guys are having that happen. It's gonna be real hard to fix anymore if I can't reproduce it. We were able to reproduce it pretty easy on the other. So after y'all refresh, are you able to reproduce it again? It shouldn't even be model related. This is before you even get to a model. Interesting. Firefox gives you the SQL error. Oh, okay. Now, I mean, we've got an issue over here that's annoying. That's even more interesting, though. So it could be related to what you're seeing. Yeah, here's the thing, though. In our state, we don't actually query until we're ready. Oh, Fruit Shop, you only get it in incognito. Oh. And you're doing that in Chrome, right? Oh, yeah, that's another good question. What platform are people getting the error on? So Fruit Shop, you're on a Chromebook. Maybe the Chromebook runs slower and that causes it? So Windows Firefox for Jan, okay. Chromebook for Fruit Shop, though. Huh. Wait. Can you go into your terminal and tell me what the errors you're getting are? Is it just that error? Or are you getting one about like web GPU being a problem too? I don't see why that would be it though. We'd need access to web GPU, which should work if you don't have a GPU because my Mac Mini works. Security error when calling get directory. And your Windows Firefox is up to date? Yeah. So the OPFS is absolutely the problem, right? If you can't read from OPFS will never be able to read from SQLite because that's where OPFS is stored. Yeah, so that one's fine. It would be previous to that Fruit Shop, like the OPFS one that Jan posted. The React Router one is just what you're seeing on the page. Now, I do need to create an error boundary. And on that error boundary, shout out what we think might be wrong. Right. I mean, let me just double check, right? Your Windows Firefox is fully updated, right? There's no way you're on like an older version. Let me see, do I have Firefox on my Windows machine? I don't. All right, so let me check this out. Orderly.cmgriffing.com. It works for me, but it's way slower. Like, way slower. You're in the UK? I don't think that would matter. It shouldn't matter. But okay, hold on. Permissions policy header origin trial controlled feature not enabled attribution reporting. Oh, so maybe there's just an extra header that some devices require? Oh, I don't need to do this in Firefox though. That might be it. Have you tried disabling uBlock? And then, Jan, do you have an extension installed as well? It's a uBlock origin issue. Really? I'd say refresh just another time or two. No? Well, keep in mind that uBlock on Chrome may have already updated to Manifest v3. Whereas Firefox might still be v2 compatible. All right, so you don't have uBlock. Okay, good feedback. What's up, Bruno? Oh, I got you, Fruit Shop. So that error was not necessarily the biggest problem. Okay. And Fruit Shop, you're still on the Chromebook, right? I mean, I'd say try it out there, Orderly. Or not Orderly, Yellow Cat. Oh, nope, that wasn't it. Hehe. All right, so uBlock is not the issue. Okay. It's still got to be some type of like order of operations thing then. And it's the books table, so books crud, I think. Okay. Okay, so I got a quick question. Anyone who is consistently getting the error? Oh. Interesting. Oh, that's a fun bug. Yeah, yeah. Never mind. That's annoying. So yeah, we still got some fixes. Okay, so can you go into DevTools and actually turn on tracing, right? Like debugging, and see what line it actually fails at for you? So that would be over in sources. Oh, actually, hold on. Where's the right place for that? I think it is in sources, but it's not this one. All right, so here it is. Yeah, breakpoints. Pause on caught exceptions. Turn that on and try and refresh the page. Oh, and maybe uncaught exceptions is the one we care about, but maybe do both. All right, so that's annoying. Maybe not on caught exceptions. Yeah, so try pausing on uncaught exceptions. I think because React Router is catching it, that's not actually gonna work. Damn. All right, so I have a thought. Yeah, let's look at this sidebar. In main.js, do we see this? No. And hey, what's up, James? Damn, that is a long time. How you doing, man? Yeah, this is the hardest thing because I can't reproduce it in any way. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, we noticed that bug. Yep. But we're still trying to fix, like, the breaking bug that we have right now, rather than UI stuff. We're trying. Oh, books was the wrong thing. It's just, nah, there we go. I mean, books shouldn't be a big problem anyway. But I forget what's actually on the books page. Oh. Really? Oh, I guess I don't have a books page. All right, never mind. I forgot about that. I know we have one for chapters, right? But yeah, makes sense. So all of these fetchers, make sure that we're ready first. I wonder if this is not being awaited properly. All right, so we'll just push it up. It'll take a sec to be redeployed. So just give it a minute. And any Whisper model is fine. Not a big deal. Depending on RAM. Maybe Nearland. When you record audio, that audio sits in RAM. It should free up eventually. It is going to chew up RAM. You're running an LLM in your browser. You're using the largest model, which chews up RAM. The audio is uncompressed from the browser. I'm not saying it's going to be all 1.5 gigs, but your browser is aggressive in grabbing as much as it can. All right, so without clicking the Add Book button, yeah. So it should be redeployed out there. Anyone that was getting that issue, try it again. Again, I don't know. That seems like a uBlock thing, Fruit Shop. Everything we've seen about the OPFS stuff is a uBlock thing. I don't know, man. Does it take longer to show up, or is it immediate? I added a timeout, Fruit Shop. Same amount of time every time? So even now with what I added as a timeout? Yeah, I don't expect private browsing to ever work. OPFS is still experimental. Private browsing breaks it. Are you both using private or incognito? Jan, I'm asking you, are you using private or incognito? I don't see how this would ever not be defined. But that could be part of it. So Fruit Shop, try one more time. It should have increased the amount of time it takes to die. It should be longer than the 5 seconds you have in incognito or private. Because we increased it to 10 seconds there. North Senro, this is not one of those kind of channels. Flappy Bird, make sure that you're not doing it before the app has actually loaded. You should see a welcome book load in. There's a 10-second timer before you can do anything, because we're testing out a timing issue. If you don't see the welcome book created, then that's a problem. All right, so now it does take 10 seconds. So it does really seem like this is it. Yeah, 10-second load time is expected. What we're trying to see is if Fruit Shop and other people who have been getting the error see that time increase. That's what we're checking right now. If you haven't been getting the error, yes, you're going to have that load time because we have a timeout right here for it. But I want to make sure that it's actually being caused inside the private windows too. Mm-hmm. The biggest problem is I can't reproduce this. I haven't been able to get the problem y'all are showing. I was able to get it when we had it on GitHub Pages, but I'm not anymore. So I think the big thing is we need to have a warning saying not supported in private. That'll at least cut a bunch of that stuff out. 13 seconds every time, whereas before it was pretty much consistently 5 or whatever, right? Okay, I think that makes sense. Okay. So I think our big fixes so far, we need an error boundary that shows an error page that lets the user know, number one, hey, it typically works better in Firefox. There have been issues reported in private or incognito mode. If you're seeing this error, please try refreshing. Some users have reported issues with uBlock. Things like that, right? That's what I just said, didn't I? All right, so let's go and set up an error boundary. Oop. All right, so instead of not found page wrapper, which I think we've got elsewhere. Let me double check that. So we don't have a not found either. So I need to do that too. And thanks, Badman. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's call this, loading error page. Sure. Okay, so export function. Weird that it tried to find it in modals, but there we go. All right, so then here, return flex. Oh, gotta bring in React. And when you say never remember history, are you saying like in settings here, right? Like preserve log or whatever? I'm guessing never remember history. Oh, wait. Never remember history is like a Firefox setting. Interesting, okay. So it's not a private window, but it does kind of work like a private window, right? Okay, that's really good feedback. Thank you for finding that. Man, yeah, awesome. Thank you for the troubleshooting. Yeah, okay. I wonder why that would affect it, but it might just be like a Firefox thing. So it's not a private window, right? Doesn't keep history though. But that might mean something. Yeah, anyone using Firefox, try toggling that setting and see if you can consistently reproduce it. And any of this feedback, there is an issue that Four Wheel Gator created. Four Wheel, maybe, do you mind if I edit this issue a little bit? Just so that it's not mobile specific? Okay, cool. Just making sure. What up, Akavenge? How you doing? And hey, thanks for the hype train. Hell yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I think this is the best place to kind of like collect everyone's bug reports, if that's all right. And hey, Enhan, how you doing? Hold on, I don't think I'm familiar with your channel. So yeah, thank you for the raid. Yeah. What were you up to? Can you let us know? We can read your title a little bit, but feel free to give us a little more context. And if you got to get going, I understand that. That's how that works. Yeah, so we got to it. Thank you. Oh, man. Yeah, let me make sure I give you a follow. Awesome. So you were learning Postgres. Nice. Was that like Postgres specific things or just SQL in general? And I'd say SQL in general is fine. That's a great thing to learn. There are certain things that Postgres does very specifically, but, you know, I don't even really dig into the differences between it and any other SQL most of the time. So, you know. Right, Perp Skirp? That's just pixel art for you. Yeah, really good debugging. Jan, do you want to maybe just leave that comment on this issue if you want? I could also just tag you if you want, or if you want to remain a little more anonymous, that's fine. But yeah, transitioning to software dev. Nice. I did it at 30 after being a snowboard bum for 10 years out of high school. So yeah, you got this. Yeah. Postgres is the implementation. SQL is the query language, right? So for the most part, you're going through the efforts of like learning to set up Postgres. You're probably not going to be digging into the intricacies of what makes Postgres unique. Not for a while. Most people don't even do it, right? But learning SQL in general, how to structure your database, all that stuff, hugely important. And whether you're using MySQL or Postgres, doesn't matter that much. Just understanding how to structure a table, how to build out your data, how to query for that data, huge. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, awesome work. What are you transitioning from? Right, there's people like Leah who transitioned from being a teacher, I think a math teacher. I transitioned from being a snowboard bum. So there's, you know, there's a lot there. Plenty of room. Yep, learning about relations. Yeah, that's the part that makes SQL implementations a little more useful than things like MongoDB. Even though MongoDB is easiest to like learn the basics, you start getting into N+1 query problems real quick. And SQL is to avoid that. From the architecture building field. Oh, cool. Yeah, I actually know someone who basically did that same path. I forget where they are in their path, but like when we're after Seattle JS here in the area, they've even pointed out like, yep, I designed that building. It's like really cool, actually. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's just funny being able to like walk down the street and you just point to it like, yeah, I designed that. It's really cool. And Jangana, thank you so much for that. Yeah, enjoy the gym. Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost 40, so yeah, you got plenty of time. Yeah, good work. Thanks, until you see my hairline. But also, I know people in their 20s that had a worse hairline than me too, so, you know, genetics. There you go, yeah, it's a good feeling. Thank you for the follow, Big Chungus. Appreciate you. And yeah, everyone, thank you for that hype train. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm going to update that comment. And yeah, thank you, Jan Gana. Yeah, I think getting this error page and listing out everything is probably going to be worth it. Let's do a similar thing where we're going to grab this giant icon. And in fact, we probably want to do this, but we're not going to do 100% on it. We're going to do view width and view height. Oop. There we go. There you go, Cornflake. Yeah, I think I had a grandpa that claimed they were like 33, well into their 70s. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Error loading libraries and database. This can be caused by a couple different factors. Private and incognito windows. The following things have been known to cause this problem. uBlock origin. Let's just say, and other ad blockers. Firefox, never remember history. To use this app, you will need to disable any and all of those features. Rest assured that this app sends no data to... Well, hold on. We probably want to use plausible for some analytics. This app will always have these restrictions because it's the only way you can actually get access to the OPFS feature of the browser. And we require OPFS for SQLite because IndexedDB is way too slow. Yeah, is what it is. I don't think there's any way around it. All right, so we got loading error page right there. And again, because I can't reproduce this... Hold on, wait, there's probably a way I can reproduce this. Yeah, let me try and run it locally real quick. I'm just gonna throw an error. Yeah. Yeah, you typically don't want to do heat therapy until after swelling has gone down. Oh, there you go, Jim. Yeah, I need to actually be able to reproduce it, but let's add that. don't know if I want to do a target blank on that, but it's easy enough. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, ice is probably what you're looking for. I would say avoid any anything like ibuprofen, anything that would thin your blood, because that can increase swelling. Same with alcohol. That's just power mode. It's a fun extension. All right, so I think we got that there. And man, again, Jan, really good job finding that bug. I would have just chalked it up to, I don't know, at some point. So yeah, thank you. All right, so let's do a quick link to OPFS. No, not that. All right, so now let's continue trying to figure out how to cause this error. Aha, cool. So that does allow us to see it real quick. Nice. Why are we not getting any overflow? I know I can fix it with the text width, but we should be seeing some overflow from that. At 100%, it's fine. What's up, Leozinia? How you doing? Oh. So hold on. Why is this not scrolling for us? Body has overflow hidden. Yeah. That's just because we need something like this. English. Yeah, Nikki, we removed that comment. It's incredibly boring. Interesting that you went for it twice. You like the emoji at the top? Thanks. I might make it a little bit smaller. This settings, that's also a weird typo. Yeah, I think it's a little big. We can maybe crank it down to like 2 hundo. It is React. Yep. All right, so what all do we break by doing that? So if I go to our main state, undo that. The thing in the title. All right, and then one more thing. We probably need to show like a loading screen. That'd be a good idea. Let's do the plausible analytics thing too. Ooh, we probably want to do some like meta tags for it too. Yeah, I think we really want to do some meta tags. Meta tags we'll do in another step. So hold on, first, do we see any major issues with the overflow hidden on the body? Not really, right? Now we've got a weird styling thing where like this doesn't go to the bottom. That can be annoying. But I've seen worse. Yeah, I think we're good. And 1 second here. Let me get this pushed up. I gotta use the restroom. What do we want to name this?
All right, so that'll start deploying out. We can test it here in a second. I gotta use the restroom, so give me just a second. I'm gonna pour some more water while I'm at it. Just get this now.
All right, so let me read your question again. Best way to style? No such thing. Stop looking for best. Who cares about best? Arguing about best is one of the most boring things you can do as a software dev. There are plenty of options. Try them out and figure them out. So CSS and JS, CSS modules, or Tailwind. Try them out, deal with it, and move on. I'm not doing any downtime alerts. For the most part, the majority of things I release out here are just like static assets. So if S3 or whatever's delivering that goes down, you know, what's the point, you know? But no, I'm not using Sentry or anything like that for anything other than... Stream Parrot has Sentry. Doesn't need it because it's Elixir, but, you know, Stream Parrot is using Sentry, my own self-hosted version of it. Yeah, for Vexilla, I don't think it makes any sense. For Walter, it would absolutely make sense. But yeah, for the most part, the things you typically see me release, especially as side projects and like little mini things like this proof of concept, the downtime doesn't matter that much. Like, I don't expect downtime at all from this. There will be the case of going over my storage budget, right? STORJ or whatever. But I just need to send them an email requesting to get into their partner program. At which point, all I'll need to do, I think, is show off their logo in the README and on the website. And hopefully, you know, like, I don't even need like a lot of storage. I just need the bandwidth to handle it. So I think that should be pretty good. Should be pretty easy for them to okay it.
But yeah, gonna make a lemonade. But okay, so again, it's not perfect. I really don't like how this looks, where like the previous is so big. But we got a scroll bar for it, and I don't know. Anyone, are you getting like this layout looking that bad, or am I just zoomed in way too much? If you're curious about just general metrics, yeah, we'll click start collecting data. Let's just go back to the homepage. I only really do that for a couple things. And most of them never get any traffic, so it doesn't matter. Stream Parrot's on a different thing. I'm using Aki, which is self-hosted and also GDPR compliant. Yeah, steadily going down. When I was working on it every day, we were getting a lot more users. I can't even update it though. So Dan, that's like not the same thing, right? A component library is not a styling system. It gives you a little bit, but it's never going to give you everything. So you're still going to need some kind of like CSS, right? Or the equivalent of it. Tailwind will give you that with the interpolation. But MUI, I mean, I guess they probably do have some kind of style provider thing, but I don't think it's going to be as full-featured as someone who's trying to do fancy stuff. Even then, once you get really fancy, Tailwind isn't probably the best bet either. I know there's some people who can do some magic with Tailwind, but I don't know. Like in this project I'm making right now, the majority of the site is styled using a component library. Oh, really? Like, so you got a pretty mean zoom going on? Or is this fine, right? Because what I was getting at is just like how far down the page it is, right? Like it being right here way at the bottom. Maybe that's okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not especially happy with how this is laid out. Could be worse. Again, Omar, that's what we're getting at though, right? So when they're talking about styling, that is separate from Bootstrap. You can customize anything you want, sure, but you're gonna have to do custom stuff. How do you do the custom stuff? As a point, I have Mantine here, and there are just certain things that suck to do through Mantine styling or just aren't supported. So instead you end up needing an SCSS file, or a CSS file, or CSS in JS, CSS modules, all sorts of stuff. I don't think design systems encompass the entirety of styling your application. All right, so any users out there, have you had a chance to try reloading the page even with like the things that disable OPFS? Does that load, like, you know, the error page give you what you're looking for? Is it close enough? I think there's just one thing I want to do. one more thing I want on that page that I forgot about. Oh. All right, so we had that little section. We've got the plausible analytics in there. Really? Yeah, a loading screen would make sense. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. We're gonna make this a somewhat more fun loading screen too. No, we want to show a spinner for sure. But we're going to do the SimCity loading screen. This might have been a good idea for ChatGPT or something. I think it's fine. Oh. Salty, thank you for the follow, as well as Ashu. Maybe it's Ash. Thank you for the follows. And yeah, O'Flake, Mr. Sir, thank you for that sub. All right, let's make sure it works. Okay, we didn't actually load it anywhere, so we have that component, but we want that here. Forgot to rename it. Yeah, I don't know, Flappy Bird. What I did was good enough. I don't see how that would have been that much quicker. Yeah, and the flash of not being loaded yet. Kind of a bummer, but meh. I think the last thing we end up needing is, I want that to be our main loader. So it would probably end up being here in suspense. So then instead of that, we just do app loader. Yes, that flash is not ideal, but at least it's a little better. Oh. And that'll never build. So yeah, that might have been part of the issue. I forget who it was. Yeah, so we don't need that. We don't need that. That's in app loader and loading error page. So that was probably part of it. Loading error page. We didn't actually get that deployed because we didn't build. So whoever was saying they didn't see a change, well, that would be it, because our build most likely failed. So we should see that get up there pretty soon. This is the one to go. Yep, TSC worked, so we should be good now. What's up, Web Dev 2? Let's close some of these windows we don't need. All right, so while we're waiting for that to deploy, I want to check out Vapy. There it is. So voice AI for developers. So yeah, this is like a voice API tool. They are hiring, and they would want someone to test it out, kind of live in front of people. And what's their pricing look like? Okay. Pretty reasonable. So you'd still end up paying $3 an hour for the base cost, and then the providers would be separate. Okay. Outbound sales? Interesting. Okay, okay. Schedule. Yep, they need help on their docs, I think. Which is doable. Oh, interesting. Ooh, I like that. So it's not just like consistently showing that like weird blur behind things, but as you scroll, they transition it. Oh, that's clean. All right, let's double check this. Did it work? Did it blend? All right, so anyone that was having the issue, please feel free to reproduce it and make sure that what we've done actually works for you. Quantization. See if our loading spinner works for you. Okay, and is there anything that you would like to see improved about the error page? Yeah. My favorite is reticulating spleens. That's my favorite one. All right, so I think we fixed a major portion of the issues. I don't think that matters. Are you saying on this page or on another page? And we've got other issues to fix, like the UI ones that someone pointed out. If we do a book, and we do another one, oh, on the error page. I don't think that's how that would work. Yeah, we'd have to do like something massively different for that because we're just doing Flexbox for it. We could set it to the same width and then left align it, but I don't know. I think, eh. But yeah, this part right here, especially once we collapse it, we want to hide that. And I think we can do that. That might not be that hard to do. The problem is that yeah, hold on. The big problem we have here is that the tree tool that we're using is using absolute positioning. I mean, yeah, it's, we're not literally detecting incognito mode, we're doing feature detection, which is actually the right way to do that. If the feature doesn't exist, then the app can't work. They could detect it, though, huh? This is one way that they could easily detect it. Is Vice the worst news site? What's like the worst offender? Vice is pretty bad. But there's others, right? Who do we want to throw under the bus? New York Times and Bloomberg. Washington Post is the big one. Pretty much all of them, right? Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure who that is specifically, but I mean, Vice was really, really well known for sensationalizing their news, right? Especially that bad TV show. Some of the episodes were good, but man, ugh, on some of the others. All right, so how do we want to do this? Okay. Does hardware reviews on YouTube? Gotcha. What did they do to Naomi Wu? Vice? Yeah, Vice was really bad. Oh, that is weak. MML, yeah, that is just awful. Oh, I bet. Yeah, that's BS, man. And I mean man in the same way that good burger means dude. So we're all dudes. I mean man the way the Big Lebowski says it. Not trying to make an assumption. All right, so this is where that is happening, right? The chapter's not found portion. No, not NPM. There we go. Yeah, that flash of not found there is a problem. We'll want to think about that eventually. Arctic, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that sounds cool. All right, so we can use whether it is showing or not. I want to try something here. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you for sharing. So we don't want to do it on that text. So we don't do it there either. It's really row height right here that we care about. But we don't get access to the node in row height. Okay, hold on. And again, the issue is that they're doing absolute positioning. All right, so relative doesn't do it. Oh, not what I wanted. Why doesn't that push it below? Huh. Hold on. Those aren't working. That's where we see foo. So it's we can't even style the tree item itself. I'm increasingly bummed out on this library. What up, MB? How you doing? Yeah, I got the new chair. I like it. Yep. It's basically the same exact one I had, but this one has a working piston, which is nice. Or not piston, I guess, cylinder? You know what I mean. The thing for raising and lowering. I think it's technically a piston, but whatever. I really like the tree view because it handles our drag and drop stuff for us. Okay. Take it easy, MB. I'm actually talking about what I'm doing, right? Are you just not listening? Even one open at a time doesn't change the fact that these are going to overlap due to absolute positioning. So instead of this right here, we can just do it in the title. So if we just do something like empty right there. Oh. I think that kind of works. Something kind of gross like that. I don't like it so far. But yeah, one open at a time wouldn't actually solve the problem. This part right here. Yeah. How soon you thinking you're ready? So 45 minutes from now? Works for me. You gonna eat a meal? Red Thai curry. Coming out of the crock pot. Nice. What was I making the other day? Oh, I was cutting some pork and I think a couple other things like some onion and stuff like that. And I saw your tweet about like sharpening your knives. That's something I should definitely do. I was curious, what's your Santoku knife? It looks like the cheap one you get in like the Costco like 6-pack or whatever. I'm not saying it is, but it looks just like it. Oh, it is the one from the Costco like knife set, right? I have that same knife. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a really good Wusthof as well, but I don't always clean it when I need to. I was gonna say, it looks exactly like the knife I got. But yeah, I need to sharpen it. I need to do the whetstone thing. You could always get one of those like cheap sharpeners, but they end up like chipping your blade a lot of the time. Right? Like the auto sharpeners. Whetstone's the move. Nakiri, is that the one that looks like a mini like meat cleaver? Yeah, those look good. Yeah, I rarely use my chef knife unless I forgot to clean my other knives. The Santoku is great. I really like the Santoku. Yeah, nope, fish. I use all of them. If I were building out something in which a large team needed to work on it, I would probably still reach for Angular. It's part of the reason Redux was so popular for so long. Right? Redux was a very common pattern you could know and jump into any code base that uses. Same with Angular. Yeah, exactly, Cake. Yeah. It's a decision process every time. There's no 100% tried and true method, but yeah, if I want to work on an enterprise-ish large project, Angular is still a pretty good thing to reach for. Right? And I'm talking about large as in the amount of people working on it. At 3 people, it doesn't matter what you pick. When your team gets to 5 or 6, it helps to have something that forces you down patterns. Every React code base is the Wild West, and they're all very differently implemented. From state management to styling libraries to all that stuff. It's, you know, every React project is its own unique snowflake. Same with Vue. Same with Svelte. If you know Angular patterns and someone building out the Angular app followed the Angular patterns, it's really easy. You just jump right in. You sacrifice other things because of that, but again, it's all about trade-offs. Let me point out, I disagree with some of the best practices in Angular. I hate the async pipe. Hate it. Terrible idea. It's mixing way too much logic into your template. Have fun debugging that. So yeah, right? Just like the guy who made the single file component Angular experiment. He got a lot of pushback from Angular devs. Brandon Roberts, that's his name. Very smart dude, very cool that he's trying stuff. A lot of Angular people really don't like change. That said, I think the service approach to data fetching is really good. Reduces a lot of duplication. You'll see me actually do React projects using the service approach because it's really good. I did. Yeah. I'm waiting for more powder. It's gotten really warm all of a sudden. I had a clip. There you go. There's a clip from maybe 3 weeks ago. What up, Koala? How you doing? Man. You know what I really don't like? Companies ghosting you after 6 interview processes. After 6 interviews, crickets for 2 weeks. I don't know. I sent a follow-up yesterday. We'll see if they get back to me, but wow. That is massively disrespectful. Yeah. I'm not going to name and shame them yet. I'll give them a chance. They got another week or so. But holy shit, yeah, they're going to get named and shamed. I hope so too. Like, man, I expected way better. Oh, I was mentioning how, so far, right, starting basically tomorrow, it will have been 2 weeks without a single bit of communication from them after a 6 interview process. They asked for references, like, all sorts of stuff, man. Something, right? Or, hey, we're still taking time to weigh our options here. We've got other people we're interviewing. Hey, anything. 2 weeks? Dude. Yeah. I followed up with an email yesterday. Probably should have done it on Monday, but wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Screw me, right? Yeah, and they're not Google. Like, dude. We'll see, but damn, man, like, really bad form. Yeah. They're not Google. No, I never submit through LinkedIn. You go to the company's website. That's how you do that. I don't know. I haven't actually interviewed for Google itself. I have I have interviewed with Microsoft before, and Microsoft, at least back when I did it, had a standard process of 4 interviews, typically taking 6 hours of one day, right? Not like the full 6 hours. You got like a lunch in between and stuff. You know, like a little bit of time waiting for the next interview. But basically 6 hours of your day are gone from a Microsoft interview. If you make it to interview number 4 at Microsoft, you're in. I got filtered out at number 3, and this is like 4 or 5 years ago. It's a long time. Yeah, it's not right. Big companies know that they have more people applying to them, so they got to employ the filter. But again, this company is not that. Number 3 isn't that hard. It's typically like you'll get to number 3 anyway at Microsoft. Whether it's a fit or not, you'll get to number 3. Getting to number 4 is the, hey, you're basically in. Are you saying with the current company? Current company, there was one live coding session, and then there was another like walking someone through a code base session. I walked them through Vexilla. LinkedIn worked for you, Cake? Makes sense, sure, but typically you're better off applying through their website. Depends on the company, of course, but yeah. Almost every company, it's worth going through their website instead. I mean, it depends, Nisfrenades. I've mainly been trying to get DevRel roles. This one is not for DevRel, but seemed like a good company. I don't want to say too much more because I don't want to dox them yet. I mean, Formidabilis, like, that's a ridiculous question. Oh my god, SQL was invented. There's no need for programmers anymore. Business will totally write their own queries. That never happened. Why? Why? Yeah, bad for juniors is different than bad for programmers. That sounds like a doomer mentality right there, doesn't it? You can say you're not a doomer, but your comments so far seem otherwise. Mm-hmm. And have you actually really evaluated how you do your resumes and all that stuff? I don't know, man. This is not a conversation I really care to have. Are you crafting an individual cover letter for every company you apply to? Specifically focused on them? The answer is no. Why not? Most interview forms, or not interview, but application forms have a field for cover letter. You can apply to anything after 6 months. Some companies only care about 3 months. Single SPA is definitely a thing. Micro front end only makes sense when your company is large enough that you need to segment people based on teams. Cake, yes. Most companies now actually look for a cover letter because they get so many people applying. You're actually blowing it by not adding a cover letter for most things. It's a real quick and easy filter of, does this person actually care? Cake, so recruiter is different from HR, right? But technically, even then, if you get 1,000 applications, whether they read the cover letter or not, having one puts you on the short list. Definitely filters out all the other people that are just fly-by-night applying to every job they see. Maybe we don't need to do this? I don't think having the arrow there is that big of a problem. I think that fixes that issue. Is it good? No. The issue is actually just obvious over on the main site. Right, this right here. This is the issue. And the biggest problem is that the tree library we're using uses absolute positioning. Right? So yeah, just looks terrible. So I'd say what we've got there, Whether you want to call it good or bad or not, I think it works. And I consider that pretty valuable. I'm going to call it good. Make sure we still build. We might have to fix one thing. If you just do !song, you should be able to get a link. That's if my bot didn't crash. Because I'm lazy. It did crash, so hold on. 1 second. Now you're good. And yeah, we built. So we're good there. All right, so that should push up pretty well now. All right, anyone want to check it out? Feel free, give it a shot. It'll actually take a sec to finish deploying that last fix. So let's give that some time. Do I have a specific playlist on Bandcamp? It's just my collection. It's not in any order or anything. And there's definitely some stuff that isn't synthwave on that list. And yeah, that chunk size limit, it's large. It is quite big. How is our usage on storage? That's not so bad. Yeah, so we got some decent usage there. And yeah, we reduced the size, right? Our biggest models are no longer there. Yes. But it only has to do it like once, and we've already got all that stuff stored and stashed. All right, so here's one more thing. There's what? OpenGraph.xyz. There's another OpenGraph tool too. Yeah, it should actually work on your phone somewhat well. Like, we did some responsiveness fixes that took a little while, but totally worth it. So, title, orderly, a proof of concept writing tool. I don't think render actually solved that much. It just allowed us to get rid of like that one hiccup, right? The COI service worker issue. So, using Wasm, Orderly allows you to dictate books in small chunks using Whisper.cpp and SQLite, all in the browser, no server involved. Sure. And then we need an image. So, Unsplash, give us an image. Not bad. The kid yelling. I don't know why it seemed to me like podcast might be a legitimate option. I don't know. I feel like this one's fine. Actually, I think I liked the other one. I guess this is a feature, right? Alright, so it did Twitter, Open Graph, and the others probably don't matter as much. Cool. Let's get that deployed up, then we'll verify it. I think we should be able to check again with opengraph.dev, but we'll see. And we're just 10 minutes away from Dylan Mulroy jumping in and teaching us more OCaml while we try and finish up the OCaml SDK for Vexilla, which we'll probably end up switching over to tomorrow, unless we discover some major things we want to do for Orderly. Now keep in mind, we've got some issues, right? Some of these things we could do. If anyone would like to try and tackle any of these, right? This one I think is done. All right, so yeah. I'd say some of the bigger features, a little trickier, but, you know, an info about disk space usage would be cool. We can definitely fill in more content in here because some of these are basically empty. Looks like we are finally deployed there, so let's see. Will it blend? Yeah, I think they got us cached. What up, Matisse? How you doing? Yeah, Mr. Sir. So yeah, anyone else out there, please let me know if you see anything you want to, like, fiddle with. Right, give it a shot. That includes people on YouTube. Let me make sure my analytics are working, I guess, too. Just to be sure. "10 visits, oh my God. A lot of bouncing though, how dare y'all? I'm kidding, I'm just having fun. But yeah, cool. Right, and because we're using IDs, no one's leaking anything about their stuff, so you're fine there. Yeah, that totally lets us know who you are for sure. Obviously. Oh, wait, what did I tweet? Oh, I tweeted earlier. Yeah, that's right. What did I tweet earlier? So how long have we been working on this? Only like 2 weeks, right? Hold on. I call it orderly. I really wish it would show us a preview here. What up, Foxtrot? Sure. There we go. All right, so what do you mean? I would say just go in and start fiddling with it. If it's not self-explanatory, that's on me. But I would say really try and fiddle with it first. All right, so I do need to use the restroom again, and we need to get ready for Dia Mulroy. So let me BRB. You're getting set up now? Well, I gotta pee, so BRB. Okay, so let me get somewhat set up. So we're gonna have Dia Mulroy hopping on to help us out. We are going to be doing some guest star stuff. I think they changed the name from guest star, but it's still the URL that I have. What do they call it now? Stream together or something like that? It is. Yeah, it's stream together. Hey.
Yo, what's up?
Not much. I think we hear you. Let me pause streams music. Crank you up a bit. I think we got an echo of you. That's right. Yeah, so feel free to dial me up on Discord when you get a chance. Okay. All right, Discord. I might have to update Discord. Yeah, let me update Discord real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
We were just getting a gray screen. It was weird. Okay, go ahead and send the thing again. Right. So I'm muted over in Discord now. Okay. There we go. We see your screen. Perfect. I don't have you over here for some reason, though.
I have an echo.
Hold on. Yep, I see. There we go. So I should have fixed my echo there now.
Yep, much better.
Okay, cool. But hold on. In the guest star thing, for some reason, let me just click back to main real quick. Guest star switched something up. So now it's not the same browser sources. There you go. Guest one. Did I forget to put you in the slot? Never easy. Oh, I needed to click the show on stream button. Air brakes.
Classic.
Yep. There it is.
I've got like one scene set up for guest start, and like I'm afraid to touch it or change anything. Right now it just works, and like I just don't want to touch it because it's so finicky.
Right.
What up, Robot and Matisse Tech? How y'all doing tonight?
Okay. So let me get the recording going. Let me update my title. And yeah, how you been?
I've been good. Just anxiously awaiting to hear back from companies on interviewing at this point.
Yeah, same, man. I'm dealing with a company that has been crickets after a 6-step interview process for 2 weeks now, which is really annoying.
Ah, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Fortunately, none of the longest or the most steps I've had this cycle of interviewing was 4, but my longest interview ever was with GitHub, and it was 6 rounds, and 2 of the rounds were 3 hours, and I got it the whole way to the last round, and then I did well, but they ended up going with another candidate that had like 4 extra years of experience over me.
Oof.
I know.
Oh, that's brutal.
What up, Raiders? Hi, Acorn.
Hey, what's up, Acorn? How you doing? Sorry, we're getting this thing set up.
Get my glasses clean. hate cleaning glasses. Cleaning glasses is literally the worst thing. I feel like I never ever touch my lenses, and somehow they get dirty freaking every hour anyways.
Brutal. Okay. OCaml SDK Day.
Man, that Thai chili or the red curry I made for dinner came out pretty damn spicy.
Oh yeah?
Still sweating
Nice.
a little bit. I actually might even shed my shirt here.
Okay, there we go. Saving the title over on YouTube. Let me update the title here on Twitch. And yeah, Acorn, everyone from the raid, hold on. Let me share you this thing. I got this tweet I can give you. We did a soft launch of Orderly, the thing we've been working on, and it's working pretty good. Audio is a bit odd. Cake. How so? Is it getting doubled up in some way?
Let me make sure I'm muted on Discord. Yeah, I'm muted on Discord.
No, I think it's on me. I've got you in like 2 places, I think. I'm just doing the wrong one. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Let me fix this. 1 second. The guest star audio is monitor off. Oh, the volume was off. Is the volume better now? Oh, I sorted it out. Okay, cool.
Test.
So I'm a bit louder. Oh. There we go. Okay, so we should be good. Perseus, thank you for the sub. So yeah, everyone joining from the raid, how you doing? What you up to? We're about to have Dylan Mulroy help us out with our static file-based feature flagging tool called Vexilla.
Where did test/client? So we should hopefully be able to make a good bit of progress tonight and get pretty close to wrapping up the core feature set.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. Yeah. So last time we were chasing down JSON serialization issues, and I was under the impression that our JSON serialization library called YoJSON was not giving us very good error messages, which, to be fair, it was not a very helpful error message. But towards the end of our session, I realized it was actually telling us exactly what we needed to know all along, even though it wasn't very descript. So I fixed that problem. And for chat, the problem was that we are taking a JSON structure, and rather than mapping it directly to a type one for one with the JSON structure, we're mapping it to a type, which you can see right here, this type T. These are our feature types. So we have 4 variants of features. We have toggle features, we have gradual features, selective features, and value features. And we weren't properly deserializing them. So in the past couple days, I went through and wrote all of the deserializers. Deserialize? Yeah, that would be from JSON.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, deserializer is the right one. I always get that mixed up. Deserializers for all of our different variants. So hopefully they're in working order. I know for sure gradual is working because we have a test for that.
Mm-hmm.
So here's our happy path client end-to-end test. And if we run that, which you can already see a test successful here because I was playing around with this. Whoops, that's the wrong direction. Let's bump that over. That pane on the right is our dev server that Chris has set up for us to test against.
Yep.
So if we do Dune run test, that's not what I would expect. Actually, it's probably cached because we haven't made any differences.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're good here. We're passing on gradual. So now I think we just have to kind of continue like copying. We were copying the test from the Go code.
Right.
So I think we kind of just go from there.
Yeah,
And
sounds good to
hopefully
me.
these all are close to working. So after gradual, I think we have selective. Should not gradual.
So I just wanted to chime in real quick.
Right.
What you said about the whole serializer deserializer thing, it relates to like a joke I've made every single time I've gone to the airport in the past like 10 years, right? Well, I mean, you know, I'm departing, but I just arrived at the airport. So am I an arrival or a departure? Right? So yeah, it's just really stupid. Or if you're landing, you just arrived at the airport, but you're departing the airport itself. Like, I don't know.
It's yeah. Honestly, who was it? I had when I was living in Phoenix, I had a coworker at State Farm who was from India, and like I mean they spoke really good English, but they had to pick me up once from Phoenix's airport, Sky Harbor, and there was so much confusion around that exact problem because of like the language. Not that there was a language barrier, but like just the
both words apply no matter which
difference.
Situation you're in.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tricky.
Yeah.
Okay, so we call sync flags here. We assert that it's not an error, and client dot should. What does should do?
It's just the check. Like, you know, is this thing turned on for the user? Is that flag on?
Okay, so do we have that? So we say sync flags, we get a result back. We assert that it's not an error. So we need to do probably should, right? That should be a top level.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go look at our Vexilla client. Let's go to client.t. There we go. So it takes a client, a optional instance ID, a group ID or name, and a feature name or ID. So let's say let underscore equals Vexilla. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Copilot just wrecked me. Dot. Is this? What is Vexilla here? Oh, we need to add should to the public interface, I think.
Oh, had we not exposed that yet?
Yeah.
Oh.
We did not. So let should equals client dot should. Yeah, there we go. Let's build. Where are we at here? Cool. That looks good. And back over here in our test, now we should have access to should. And should takes a instance ID. Do we need an instance ID? Should.
So I feel like we could have set that UUID on the client, right? When we instantiated it.
This one right here.
Yeah, so if we look at that bit, right, where we have, UUID, that's it, and we're creating a new client with that UUID. So theoretically, there's a should function, and then should takes in an optional, custom ID if we want. So it might not necessarily be the user's user ID that we assign to him. We might want to pass in the team ID or the organization ID or something like that. But we would still want the client probably instantiated for the user itself.
Yeah, so we have, when we make our client up here, we do the same thing, right? We give it a UUID. So our client should have the UUID on there. So what happens in our should, let me bump up the font here.
Sure.
There we go, a little bit better. We open types.feature, we get our feature from the group ID or name and the feature name or ID. So in the go test, is this a name, or what is the order? What are these?
So gradual there is the group name or ID, and then testing working gradual is the feature name or ID.
Great. Okay. So let's just yoink that. Go back to here. Do that. And we'll paste this here, comment that, and then we said it takes the group ID, which is going to be gradual, which I think that needs to be, is that how we did that? I'm trying to remember how we
Oh, that's right. I forgot the types. Yeah. Yeah, that just means it could either be like one string or another string kind, right?
There we go. There's a polymorphic variant. Okay, and then a feature name or ID, and that's going to be, let me check the type on that. Also the same deal. Is that an ID or a name? That's probably name, right?
I mean, it's a name or an ID, right? Like, it's really what the user would want to pass. So, I mean, technically right now, both of these are names. Yes. Because the ID looks more like the UUID that you see up above.
Gotcha. And then we do the same thing here. Name, and that will be, I'm going to yank around that, paste that in there. That, and it needs a client, right? Okay, and this should end up giving us a result with a Boolean. Cool, we can do we have, so we're in an asynchronous. We need to use one of our let bindings that unboxes a result and also lifts it into a promise since we're in asynchronous context. So I think that let var promise binds var to view and LW resolves to OK. I think that might be what we want. Oh, no, it's this one. So if we do this, nope. Still nope.
Nope.
Oh, that actually looks right. Hold on here.
Reminds me of that scene from UHF where there's a blind guy, a blind homeless guy, and then a regular homeless guy next to him. The blind guy is doing a Rubik's Cube, and he goes, "Is this it?" And the guy next to him is like, "Nope." He does some more stuff to it. "Is this it?" So it's pretty good. It's a solid film.
I'll have to go back and watch that. I need to, do you have HBO?
Not right now. I used to.
Have you watched at least the first season of True Detective?
I haven't. No, I've been meaning to, for sure.
So the first season of True Detective is probably one of the greatest just individual seasons of television of all time. Season 2 is kind of dog water. Season 3's above average, but not like the best thing in the world. And they just released a season 4. The first 2 or 3 episodes are out. And that's like on my to watch list this weekend. In fact, tomorrow's my birthday. I took off work. I might just like crank through them tomorrow.
Oh, dude, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Is this the one
Yeah, if you have HBO, you probably have access to the Larry Sanders Show as well. I'd recommend that if you've never seen it before. It was an inspiration for Ricky Gervais writing The Office and stuff like that. Like, massively influential. Yeah, it's the main reason that HBO even does TV shows now. It was one of the first ones they did, and it was so massively successful that they made more.
Nice. So, hold on here. Maybe this needs to be that. I'm just like winging symbols right now because I forgot how this is set up.
You haven't been writing that much
OCaml. So we have a result. We can just. I've been writing a ton of TypeScript recently.
Yep.
Dude, like, oh my gosh. I basically wrote this library, which I still don't have a great name for yet, but I took Melange's runtime, which is literally just the entire OCaml standard library compiled to JavaScript. So we have the whole OCaml standard library in JavaScript. I wrote this library, which is a thin opinionated wrapper in front of that with types. And basically you get access to all of OCaml's APIs and types and monads and like results and options and all that stuff. And I that little thin wrapper layer, I made it like more ergonomic for like TypeScript developers. Like it feels like a TypeScript API rather than like, you know, something straight from OCaml. But man, I have to do a bunch of casting under the covers in that layer because Melange, the runtime isn't in TypeScript. It doesn't come with types, and it's a chonky library because it's an entire standard library.
Okay.
So I used. Have you ever used fast check in TypeScript?
I haven't. I've been seeing people recommend it. It looks really good.
Yeah. So for chat, if you're a TypeScript developer, like the number one biggest boon or positive influence on my testing practices in probably the past 2 or 3 years has been starting to use fast check. And it's a property testing library, which kind of works like fuzz testing. So I have 100 and like, I don't know, I have like 103 individual tests written for this library. But because of the way property testing and fuzz testing works, it actually runs like 23,000 different assertions and expect cases, like just trying different values over and over again. Like it's incredible, and it runs in under a second. Like it's even in like really strongly typed TypeScript applications. I mean, even at work, we use property testing for our OCaml stuff. Like even in like statically typed languages, or if you're in TypeScript and you don't use any of the footguns, like any or any sort of casting, right? Like it will still catch edge cases, and but you would have like never thought of, because like for each individual test case, it's running like, you know, a couple hundred different variations against it. And yeah, it's really, really good.
Awesome.
Highly
Yeah, I think that was one of the
property
coolest
testing.
features that Go has shipped recently, like, you know, native fuzz testing. I think they did that last
They
year.
added, dude. See, that's like the best part about Go is its standard library. Like it just like it has everything you want. Like you can be productive immediately, and it's just easy to use.
Yeah, I presented at like the San Fran Go meetup or whatever, just talking about Hugo stuff, and then one of the other speakers was demoing like the fuzz testing and how it uncovered a bug for currency stuff in some library they were dealing with like at work, and that's huge. Like,
Yeah,
really crazy.
it like even like with Go, like it's statically typed, and like you can use like empty interfaces to get around some of that, but like still, I'm sure part of that presentation was like you're saying, like despite strong types and everything, it still caught all these edge cases.
Yep.
So let's say, I don't know why I can't unbox this result. I'm a little confused about this. I really thought that promise binds var to v. No. See, I thought this is what we want here. Lifts a result to a promise result. That feels like what we want. Because that is a result where we have a Boolean or a handful of errors.
Right.
So if we throw that there, what is the actual error? I guess we should read the error message. The units is not compatible with type result. Right. Let's try. Can we do return okay? That be no. Okay, we're just gonna have to pattern match on this. Because what happens if this is a failure here? So if this were to be an error, it will immediately return from the scope. So that dictates that the type, the return type of the function is like a promised result. But the testing framework expects this testing function to return just a promise of a unit, which is like void.
Oh. Okay,
So
yeah, so you can't bubble up
when
an
we-
error because okay, I get that. Yep.
Yep. So we're just going to end up pattern matching against this, which is fine.
Yeah.
We'll call this the same thing, should gradual. And then we can say expect or let should, we'll just say should gradual not error. And we'll just do the same thing. And then we'll expect on that. In fact, we should move this type here. So let's say algotest dot check bool sync flags. Actually, let's just go copy this. So I think you mentioned last time the thing you were working on stream, but what is it again?
The thing that I was just most recently working on?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's
Or
called...
I guess the thing you shipped.
Yeah. So it's called Orderly. It's basically a voice-to-text book writing tool. So you would record like a paragraph or two at a time, and then it would dictate it to text, and then I don't have to like wear out my wrists and fingers from typing out a novel.
Nice. That's awesome. How have you like written anything with it yet?
Not yet. I made it specifically for a book I want to write. It's like a
book.
Yeah, like a fiction novel that I want to make based off like a recurring dream I've had.
Oh, nice, dude.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be about some brothers reconciling, and like they fight at the beginning, but they're friends at the end, and blah blah. Very like Phantom Tollbooth, kind of like fantasy style.
Nice. How long do you anticipate something like that being?
I would expect it's probably going to be between somewhere in like 100 and 150 pages. I've got the first and the third act all written out. I just need to like fill in the second act where, a bunch of like trials and stuff you got to go through, but like it's not like establishing the story or wrapping things up.
So since you have parts of this already written out and you don't have the second act finished yet, will you end up using Orderly to dictate the entire second part and then dictate the parts you already have written?
So the parts I've already written are just a like outline. So it's more just like the broad strokes, and I'll still have to write all the prose, like the exact, like, describing the scenes, the dialogue. Like I haven't written any of that stuff yet.
Gotcha.
But I do have like the basic, like the steps that happen within the first and third act. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
That's awesome. I wish I enjoy writing, but like it's so hard to like get in a space where I feel motivated to do it.
Yeah, you kind of have to like be motivated, and you really need like the overall structure in your head first before you can even tackle like the individual parts. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. Like it's not like I've finished it yet, so who knows?
Have you written like fiction books before, or will this be like the first book you're aiming to write?
I've never written a book. I've written some like short story type stuff that never got released anywhere. My brother is really big into writing all sorts of stuff. I think he wanted to be a poet/author at one point. So I don't know. Like, yeah, we kind of got just like some family dynamics around writing, etc. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be fun.
Basically,
look forward to
Orderly
seeing
is a
how,
proof of
how this will
concept
work.
for a similar tool that I want to do for like writing a TV show. So I can maintain multi-episode and multi-series arcs, right? Multi-like season arcs, and making sure that you're like, you know,
Yeah.
you could write out the individual conversations two characters have over the course of 2 seasons, but like then intersperse them to fill in the gaps as you need, things like that. So,
That would
you
be
know,
super sweet.
yeah, exactly. I want to like make sure I'm maintaining like A plot, B plot type structure. If you've ever watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine, they are very like rigid to the A plot, B plot like format. For anyone who's not aware
I
of what
will
A plot, B plot means, there's like the main goal of the episode, which is usually set up within the first like scene or two, in which they're saying like what needs to be done, why they're doing it within the whole rest of the episode. And then there's typically like a B plot that gets introduced maybe after the first commercial break where two characters are doing something somewhat ridiculous, but you know, it's like you can't stay on the same exact like A plot the entire time, otherwise you like lose people's interest. So it's like a very like established writing technique for TV shows. You'll often see it in
Andy
things like Law and Order,
Samberg's
where like
in
the
that,
A
right?
plot is like the case that's being investigated, and the B plot is like the interpersonal relationships of like the main characters. So B plot would actually be where you're maybe doing some of the multi-episode, multi-season arc kind of stuff.
I do think that like platforms like Netflix and HBO dramatically increase the quality of storytelling in TV shows because like it like I don't know how to word this, but like rather than strictly sticking to that like A plot, B plot, where like every episode has like a, you know, complete arc from finish to end. Like I feel like shows that are on Netflix nowadays and like a couple years ago, I feel like Breaking Bad was like one of the first shows to do it. It's like not necessarily every single show or every single episode had like a dramatic like arc to it. Like I feel like really good TV shows nowadays have like this arc over the whole season, and they can take more time to build up good stories in an individual episode than rather like really focusing on every single episode having some like really huge hook and keeping you tied in because it's not like a 30-minute time slot on TV anymore. It's like you can binge the entire season on your time.
Yeah, I think there's something to that, but even if you watch shows like Game of Thrones, they are actually really rigid about the A plot, B plot as well. It's just because they have such like an ensemble that you don't really realize that it's kicking to a B plot when you see it, right? But most episodes actually have like a main thing that happens, and then there's like other things that are like slowly resolving. I didn't watch enough Breaking Bad, so I'm not sure if they followed that really, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know.
I just remember like distinctly thinking that like when I watched Breaking Bad the first time, I was like, oh, this is like not like any other television show I've watched because like I'm trying like at the time I was watching like Suits too, and Suits still had that very like you can I don't know, it's just like when you're watching it, you can feel that like it's up down every single episode, and then like Breaking Bad, it's like kind of less even throughout the time.
I get what you're saying. Basically, the A plot in Suits is like a sitcom, basically, right? You know, it's like individual, it lives on its own. But if you watch the whole season, there's like things that resolve over the season still, right? And typically B plot is like where a lot of that happens. Whereas with a show like, I don't know Breaking Bad specifically, but there's like an overarching story that has to be told. But you have to break it up into like individual, like episodic things that still resolve somewhat. Right? You still want to see like a cliffhanger for someone to come into the next episode to keep you watching that next episode because you can binge it.
Right.
But I still think
I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is like sorry.
No. Yeah, I was letting you go. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Shows that like come out in that like Netflix style where like you can kind of binge it all at once rather than waiting or like a TV show being in like a prime time 30-minute slot on like, you know, NBC or Fox or something. Like the A plot is less forced and less obvious, I think, is what I might be trying to say.
Did Breaking Bad not do that though? It was actually like a TV episodic show.
It was, but like I think that's so I'm saying like I think despite Breaking Bad having been on cable, they were the first show that I distinctly remember being like, oh, this is like telling stories differently than any other show I've ever watched.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to watch it. Yeah, I'm curious.
But I think shows like what was the one with Kevin Spacey when he was the president on Netflix? Why can I not think of it?
Oh, wait, was he the president? I know it was like a political
Maybe
show.
that's a spoiler alert.
Yeah, oh, he eventually becomes one? Gotcha. Because he didn't start. He started out as a senator.
Sorry for anyone that has one.
Yeah, I never watched that show either. But yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I get it. Also,
I think I've also showed this on your stream before, but Dark on Netflix, House of Cards is it? Dark on Netflix is the best story across any medium I've ever consumed, and I really need everyone in chat to go watch Dark so I can geek out about it with somebody and watch it in German with the subtitles. Don't dub it. It's so worth it, I promise. It will melt your mind.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm down. I like TV. These days I typically don't catch anything unless it's on Tubi TV. Just because, like, you know, of how I consume over on the other channel.
Yeah. Okay, so now we need to... Sorry, I got like reeled down that rabbit hole.
Oh, that's fine. Like, this is some of my favorite part. Like, chatting while working. It's the best. Yes, X Factor. I think it's called Dark. D-A-R-K. But yeah, what's up, Bad Cop?
Dark. My bro camels.
Yeah, bro camels. Exactly.
Bad Cop, have you figured out Zig yet? For when you get hired at Bun? Dark Netflix. Yeah, this show. It's oh my god, it's so good.
Are y'all gonna battle over who takes the helm on the Zig right for the Vexilla SDK for it? Is it gonna be a battle to the death between Bad Cop and DM Mulroy?
Listen, I don't know any Zig. I have like too many other projects to dive into that right now, but like Zig seems super cool. I've watched there's a couple people in the Ghosty Discord that will sometimes live stream them working on Ghosty, and like just like I've said this before, but like I have like almost no low level systems programming experience, and like even just reading the Ghosty code base, like, and not even knowing a lick of Zig, like I can parse at a high level kind of like what's going on. So I like that about the language for sure.
Bad Cop, that's funny. I reached out to Bun last year, and I believe Jared Sumner himself like replied back like, yeah, we're not looking to have anyone build a dashboard for anything yet, but we'll let you know. And I consider myself friends with Zod guy. I'm spacing on his name right now. He'd be bummed on that. Colin. Yeah. Like, I'm bad with names. That's not my fault, okay? But yeah, I consider myself friends with Colin. And yeah, I think they got a cool team they're growing. Like Sam Selikoff now. Like, yeah, really cool. Well, I'm awful with people's names. Yeah, for sure, X Factor. I need someone else to say someone's name before I like remember it in most contexts. Yeah, Bad Cop. Jared sees everything. He's very, very present, checking out like tweets about Bun and all that stuff. It's pretty cool.
I know he's seen the tweets. All right, we put an assertion up here, did we not? Yeah. So let's copy how we did that. Check this expression has type unit. This is not a function and cannot be applied. Bool. What's check take? Check takes a testable, which will be bool, a string, which is the name of the test, the value we expect, and then a unit? That doesn't seem right.
So wait, hold on. The error part. Do we need to exhaustively check for that part?
It looked like the Go test tested an error case.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I might have forgotten about that.
Let's see here. Testing working gradual, testing non-working gradual. So should not gradual. Maybe we can just.
Yeah, because it's possible there's an error. We just like verify it. That's right. Yeah, you're right. And we should fail the test if we get an error for it. Yeah, good call.
Should gradual error. Test.
Interesting. So I guess here's my question. Is there no just like is error check for the should gradual?
Where at?
So when I see like the should gradual and then should gradual not error, is there a reason to need to create like a new variable for should gradual not error?
I mean, we could hold on here. Yeah, the naming of these variables is confusing me.
Oh, okay,
so
sure.
We can shadow in OCaml, so it's totally fine to override previous existing variables in a scope. So let's call this actually result, and let's get some better names in here. That's our result. Result, and this should be, we can call this should gradual. Actually, I should have used my LSP. So then we should have an assertion here.
Right. Yep.
So let's copy, I think it's this one. Paste that there. That needs that. And then we'll just shadow the same things as before.
Ooh, so I like the idea of the should gradual and should not gradual, right? Because they're separate results. And I don't think, shadowing there is actually the right move.
Okay, we can fix that. So
right, because they're testing different like features, you know? So I think the should versus not is actually valuable.
Do that.
So for everyone, to give them some context, basically, when we run this should function, we're going to take the user's UUID that we passed in to the client to generate this thing, and we're going to hash that value and check to see if it's above or below a certain threshold after hashing. And it's a hashing in between basically 0 and 100 or 0 and 1, depending on, I forget how we did that implementation detail. But the main gist is we have a threshold for this feature, and we want 40% of users to get it, right? So we want to check whether the should gradual is below that 40%, which means yes, or above that 40%, which means no. And we have two different values that we check against. The feature that we have set just has a different seed and value associated with it that actually determines like which users get what. So we're using the same UUID that the user passed, but we're using a different seed value to actually seed that value above the 40%.
You feeling lucky? Think this is gonna pass?
Ooh, I never feel lucky. I'm like that
Failure.
song. I'm up all night to get stoned, sure. But, like, that's a different thing.
Let's see here. Should gradual is an error when called with testing non-gradual. Expected well.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
that
wrote
was
the
our
wrong
expectation.
test
Yeah.
case.
That'll be super easy to fix.
Be weird if this didn't pass. There we go.
All right,
Okay.
we're up all night to
Great.
get lucky. Bam!
We are. Okay, and then if we go look at the Go client, now we go to selective. So I'm just going to copy all the selective stuff and bring that over to our other buffer. Let's do this. And do we have another? No. So let's do vnew, paste that in. We'll just work like this.
Yeah, and we're doing a lot within one test. It's probably better practice to extract a bunch of these out to other tests, but as far as our state is concerned and having to reinstantiate the client and all that junk, it's probably not worth the effort yet. We can always improve it later.
Yeah. I'd also I might cut a ticket to refactor this to use that other testing library I told you about and throw it in my Discord.
Sure.
To see if anyone who's learning OCaml might want to come in and refactor stuff.
Ooh, yeah, that could be fun.
So let's say, what does this return? This should return a unit. Yeah, so theoretically, if I come over here and get rid of this and then do that, actually return unit should be okay. Whatever, we'll keep it like that. So the next thing we want to test is, let's see here, the selective stuff. So
and that's just looking for
the
UUID we have in a list, basically.
Okay. Selective group error. We assert that it's nil. Should string. So if we call, what does this actually return? 1 second here.
Yep, no worries. And yeah, let me explain what selective is really for everyone else out there. So selective would be, let's say you want to release a feature out to a specific set of companies, right? Not even just users, but companies, people within the teams of various clients you have that are the ones that get the newest features first because they probably have some services contract or whatever. To allow them to do that, you would end up passing just their team value into this list rather than the gradual release, which is somewhat randomized. Instead, you want a very specific set of users to get this thing first. So it could be user IDs, it could be team IDs, it could be any number of things, really. The key is you simply, in Vexilla's UI, you fill in the various things that go in that list, and then we just check for the presence of whatever value you have associated as an instance ID with that list. It's a very common thing for enterprise-style applications that just need some people to see it without necessarily wanting it to be randomized. One set of lists might even be if you classify users as beta versus alpha versus just free tier, right? You could even do it based on billing tier. All sorts of things like that.
There we go. Should selective, we'll throw that in here, paste it there. This now gets returned. I can bump this test case up. That will go there. Yeah, I know you're upset. It's okay. Okay, Let's see how that runs.
Will it blend?
It does not blend.
Ooh.
This looks like JSON problems.
Oh, no.
So, we're going to learn from last time. We're going to really think about what the error is telling us. So, let's see here. So we logged some raw JSON, that's fine. We fail. Sync manifest is not an error. True. Okay. That's what we would expect. Is that what we expect? Gradual. Is there selective stuff in this test?
Wait, hold on.
Oh, yeah, I guess there is.
We're failing the selective test, right? So we shouldn't be seeing the gradual part.
That is just dumping the whole JSON structure. It's trying to deserialize. That's why we saw that.
Okay.
So it's like the whole fixture.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
that makes more
can't get
sense.
member value of non-object array. That is still an atrociously bad error message. But that gives us something to work off of. So in our selective deserializer, we're having a problem parsing value.
Sure. Yeah.
So
selective's value would be an array of whatever type, right? Either number, and that number could be a float or an int, or a string.
So here's our deserializer for selective OVO JSON. So we have this association list, which is basically just a list of an association list is a list of tuples where the tuples are of length 2.
Right, the key value pairs,
the
right?
first one. Yep, exactly. So you can kind of think of it just as an object, but as a list. So we pull out the feature, the name, the schedule, that all look good, and then we bomb here. So let's see that error message again. It's saying can't get member value. So we're looking at our list of association items of our tuples, and we're saying we should have a first value called value in our list, and then we're going to pass that into selective.json, selective value, which is here. So we get that JSON passed in here. Right there is the problem. We look for value twice. So selective value of JSON. What do we want to do here? So we're getting the JSON from value, and we want to pass it to this. Your JSON list, and this is going to return.
Hold on. In the upper one, is it looking for a value prop of the value?
Yeah, so it would be effectively looking at like value.value.
Right, and that will never be there.
Right.
Okay. Got it.
So
yeah, cool. I'm glad I understood that a little bit. Cool.
We just need to take this part out. What does member return? Returns JSON. So I think potentially, what does this become? This becomes a list. I think we could even just drop that right there, and we could do word and to list JSON.
Real quick, we just got a raid from Time Enjoyed. Time, how you doing out there? Thank you for the raid. We are co-working through some OCaml right now for the Vexilla implementation in OCaml. It's pretty fun. For everyone else from Time Enjoyed stream, maybe check out the thing I built out and soft launched earlier today. It's called Orderly. It's for recording audio and then turning that into text to potentially write a book. Yeah, Time Enjoyed, the book that we've chatted about already. The one that I'm hoping you can do a cover for. I need to actually write it still, so I had to write a tool to write it, obviously.
As one does.
Yeah, as is tradition.
As is tradition.
Yeah, exactly, duh.
All right, let's see if we fixed that. All right, we compile. That's a good first step. All right, so we still failed. Expected true, received false. Did we get a JSON parse error? Looks like we didn't get a parsing error.
And yeah, sorry everyone, we don't have a command for orderly yet. It was supposed to be a quick one, right? Like one that we didn't even need a command for, and then it went for like 3 weeks. So that happens.
How do I... What's the easiest way for me to check what this is?
Ooh, email automation for your issue tracker. Nice, yeah. I highly recommend building that out yourself the first time, for sure. There's services for it. There's other things to use, blah, blah, blah. But seriously, building out your first like email validation process is really informative and yeah, like a really fun learning experience. So awesome. Well done. Yeah, without a library, obviously. No big deal. Go on, brush your shoulders off or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, clink. Exactly. And yeah, nicely done, Olavo. Hell yeah. What did you use for generating your validation codes? Time Enjoyed. And how are you expiring validation codes? Is that like a Redis thing, etc.? I'm just, curious. If you're using TypeScript, I would highly recommend a thing called NanoID for like the generation of the codes. It's pretty good.
Right.
Yeah, you said you were doing... Oh, wait, you said email automation. Sorry, when I heard email automation, my brain immediately went to, like, validating users after signing up, right? Like, hey, you signed up, validate your email with this one thing, right? And then they click it, and there's some code that validates them specifically, right? So my bad. Email automation is separate. That's a different thing. My brain went immediately to the validation part.
So we get an error here. Error syncing selective group. Empty list for selective feature value. Is that... I bet it's right there. That's what we're failing on. Is that a valid or empty list valid?
So what you're looking at right there is not within an environment. So we should not be checking against the features dot feature name. It should be environments, and then within that environment we have a feature, and that has the value. right? So you see there where we see
So
environments as the top level, and then we get into features there, and then that first feature has value, where it has like actual values in it. That's the one we need to be checking against. And we may be checking against the features that are more about just like the structure of things and like coercing the keys.
So I suspect we're failing on parsing that top bit. So
real quick before we go too far. So time enjoyed. I get it. Yep. Back to co-working. What I was getting at is magic links are fundamentally bound to an ID that you generate and send via email and then validate against the user. So email validation and magic links are actually the same exact mechanism. So you will need to generate an ID that you send to the email, and then the email then has that they click a link and it validates the ID against that user as a sign-in token, right? Or whatever. That is the exact same thing as email validation to make sure that you've got the right email for the user too.
when we in Go, when you parse a selective feature, and let's see here. I think I know the answer to this actually.
Mm-hmm.
We have a feature type, and then down here, value type is a number. Okay. Value type we can use. Value type we can use. So value type, like if you have an empty list and the value type says string, you can basically assert, like, because right now the way I wrote this is like if when we're parsing a selective feature, we hit just an empty list, I'm like, that I have no idea whether this is supposed to be a string, an int, or a float list.
Right, right. And it would be a bunch of duplication to do it for each type, right?
It would be a bunch of duplication to do it. Yeah, so like I'm thinking what we would do is we would do something like this would become value JSON, or we could keep that JSON, right? And then it would be like type. Type is probably a reserved word. It is.
Yeah, so here's the big thing. Like, an empty list is not the end of the world. If the value is just not in the list, then we're fine. Like, it's no big deal. So I would say an empty list is not necessarily an error. The biggest problem, though, right now is that we're looking at the wrong feature, right? You're looking at the top level features.feature instead of the environments.features.feature. So that's where, like, the entire bug is coming from. Now, technically, an empty list is totally valid.
Yeah. So we use... Come on, Apple. We use the same... I think I froze. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Okay, yeah. You look really frozen on my screen right now. There we go. Okay. I thought you were being really, like, posing with your arm on your shoulder there. It was nice. It was very Sports Illustrated.
I was there, and then it like picked up the thumbs up, and then Apple just.
Oh, is there no way to turn that off?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out.
Okay. I've been in a couple interviews where someone did that by accident, and then they were like, "Whoa, what was that?" Because it's their first time seeing it.
Same. It's like it catches you by surprise.
It really does. Yeah.
So we use the same deserializers for both the environment features and the top level features, which is fine because they're structured the same.
Right.
The problem is when we get an empty list, we need to statically type it to some kind. We need to say, like, this is an empty list of strings, or this is an empty list of ints, or this is an empty list of floats. So that's why I think we should pass in like the second parameter here.
The value type.
Or we
Okay,
could
yep.
just-
We would also
The other
then
thing we
need
could do
the
is-
number type as well then. Because that's the number type is what tells
number-
us whether it's int or float.
Ah, okay. So let's
But
see the JSON.
That's
number
conditional.
type.
It's only going to be there if it's already number type, you know? So we're going to have like string type and number type, and then within number type, we also have int type and float type or whatever, right?
I see. Okay, so that gives me a good idea here, I think.
Okay, cool.
What's going on here? Where am I? So here, what could we do? When we parse our value, we get it out of the list. Oops, that's not what I want. There we go. And this is going to be, let's just nix this. This becomes a JSON type. So we effectively pull the value out. And then we can also pull out the value type. Is that correct?
Value type is going to be the int or number, basically. Or not int or number, sorry, string or number. It's a...
It won't ever be float.
No,
So
so
it'll be
value
one-
type
it'll
will
just be
only
like-
ever be string or number. And then if it's number, then there's a number type field that would indicate the int or float.
Okay. So let's say this, and the key is, you said value type.
I believe so, yeah.
Is it camel case like that?
In the original code, yes, for sure.
Okay.
We're working with
this
the
should-
direct, like, what's in the JSON right now, right? No,
Yes.
after we've converted it. Okay, perfect. Just making sure, yeah.
Right.
So everything
this
is camel case
yeah,
then.
we're all JSON. So
Perfect.
So then we say, what is this here? We say, we want to say function, yeah, something like this. Where did we just go there? Where did value type go? Oh, right here. So we should get back a result. I didn't even put my fingers up there. Where did it pick up a thumbs down? My both
It
hands
read
are on
your
the
face.
keyboard.
It read your face. Like, you were looking really bummed. That was a thumbs down face. Like, I don't know. I'm just joking.
So this should be a string. Value type. And this will be value type. And then we can say value JSON. And then we can do this guy over here. We can pass in both of those. We say JSON and value, or we could do, what are the possible keys that value type can be?
String or number.
Is it lowercase or uppercase?
Lowercase for everything.
Okay, so let's say when value type is string, we will say what do we want to say here? we will say string. Let's actually bump this up a line. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap the JSON in a variant, a polymorphic variant, which polymorphic variants are the ones we can make on the fly. So we're just going to pass a polymorphic variant into our selected value deserializer, and then we'll match on whether it's a string or number. And then inside that function, if it's a string, it's fine. If it's a number, we check if it's a float or int, and we do that.
Yep. That sounds pretty much exactly like how the Go code is deserializing things too.
So we have JSON there. We have a string. Let's wrap that. And we want that string to have our value JSON. Yep. And if it is a string when it's number, we say number with our value JSON.
So wait, I know I've forgotten this multiple times. Does OCaml have enums?
Yeah, so enums are going to be what we call variants. And we have two styles of variants. We have normal variants, which would look like, I don't even know if we have one in here. Right here's an example of a normal variant, right? So we say schedule type, it can be empty, environment, or global. And you can also like have a variant constructor carry data. So you could be like environment of string, right? And then you could match on that and get the string value out of it.
Okay, so would it make sense to have a variant for value type and then a variant for number type? And then use that in code?
So that's kind of what we're doing, but we're using a polymorphic variant, which is polymorphic variant's a bad name. It's wordy and confusing. A better name for polymorphic variants would be like a ad hoc variant or dynamic variant or extendable variant. They kind of all fit together. You can define them on the fly without defining like a type for it. So like this, where were we?
I guess what I'm saying is like the whole like string versus number thing. I have that extracted out to a string enum in any language that supports those, right? Where you're like doing like the string with string inside of it, like on the line before it, right? Value type equals.
This one right here?
No, like above those lines, right? Where it's like the lowercase, like, you know, string in quotes, number in quotes. Using those like magic strings versus using like an enum that evaluates to that string.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So value type.
I don't know if it makes any sense.
Doing, actually. That's actually what we're doing in this block.
Okay.
Yeah, that actually exactly what you called out is what we're doing. So when we're deserializing JSON, so this right here is saying that like we found a key called value type, and then we're going to deserialize that key and value when it's a string, which it will always be a string. And then we say when that specific key is equal to string, we're going to return an enum, and we're going to call it string. And when that value type is number, we're going to deserialize it into a enum called number. Does that make sense?
Right. So I guess the biggest thing I'm hung up on is like the magic string of string and number, right? On line 168 and 166, right? That like equals string right there. Would it make like, I guess we're only doing this in one place for now, but in the future, we're going to have the value type that actually has to do this exact same like pattern matching. So instead, string, number, int, float, those would be included in like an enum or a variant that is abstracting out that magic string. And in Rust code or Go code, or in a bunch of places, it would just be like value type dot string instead of like a string with the word string in it.
Right.
And it's more just for like readability, like to prevent a typo within either one of those strings on those lines, right?
I'm trying to think about, I don't think we could go any further than here, right?
So like the literal of string in quotes, right? Or the literal of number in quotes. Yeah. Is there no like wrapper around that to evaluate that string instead of like having it hard coded like that?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, just to prevent like a typo within that, because you're not going to ever get any type hinting about it unless, right. You use the enum around it or something.
Okay, so we could do something like...
I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm just asking if OCaml kind of like supports that pattern. Because we can get that in TypeScript, we can get that in Rust, we can get that in a lot of languages. If it's not easy, then yeah, it's fine. We can move on. It's not a big deal. I was just curious.
No,
that's all.
We can definitely do that. So we could do, let's see here. How would we want to do this?
Like literally in the TypeScript code, we would define an enum for value type, and then value type would have string or number as like values within it. And then we'd use, instead of the raw strings in our pattern matching there, we would just reference like when value type equals value type dot string or something, right?
Yeah. I think I see what you're saying. So we can define that variant here, right? Like, so this is probably similar to what you're saying, right? Like you have these enums that you pass around.
Ooh, so hold on. Value type would instead be like a raw string, not like the string type. So can you have like, right? That's what I'm getting at, to avoid like the magic string portion of things.
So you can do things like, right, like this, value type to string. And then you could do like a raw string cannot be a type like TypeScript.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I think that was the big thing I was trying to understand there. So that makes a lot more sense. If it's not easy, I don't think it saves us anything. So it's not a big deal. I wanted to like verify that in my head about like the differences between languages we're maybe used to and languages we're not yet. So I get it. I don't think we save anything. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Stringly typing things in OCaml just isn't a thing.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
Like this is, we could like make like constants, or we could have a type.
Like I would say a constant would be valuable at some point, maybe, but not necessarily necessary right now. Okay. Yeah, in the future, I'd love that to be a constant.
Now. Let's write a comment then. We can say let's move value type away from magic strings into a constant or type. Just something like that. So now we have this value type, and it's going to be a number of JSON, or it'll be a string of JSON. And then we can pass that value into, what do we say up here? We need the actual JSON. So this will be, let's say, let value JSON equals, and we'll grab the same thing here, paste that, and then we can say in.
So I guess my big thing is we're definitely going to have to make sure we do this same exact thing for the value feature as well. And value feature, right, like technically it doesn't break the rule of threes, so I'm okay doing a bit of duplication. But I just wanted to throw that out there. Is there a way of
actually
reducing that?
a bunch of this, like when we parse out the attributes, like we do this same code. I just like literally copied and pasted it for toggle, for gradual. Like it all does the same thing. There's definitely room for deduplication here for sure.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I like that. So, yep, as long as there's a thought towards the future of reducing that duplication, I think we're really onto something. I think that's what we were trying to do with that attributes prop previously, right?
Yeah, that was the goal. It turned into a little bit of a pain.
Sure, yeah. We don't have to do it now. I'm just thinking out loud about, like, you know, the stringly typed portion of things, which is maybe a problem. It's fine in TypeScript, but yeah, I get it.
So we can value JSON, and then I think we can get rid of this, and then we can say, actually, let's go to the equal. And we can change this, and we can say selective value of your JSON, and then it'll be, oh, we already get the value JSON. We don't need that, right? We already did that. We say value type. Pass that in.
Mothman Cultist, is that a reference to the movie The Mothman Prophecies? Or Prophecy or whatever? If so, my brother loved that movie. I could give it a pass. It's all right. Like, I don't know. Late stage Richard Gere is, meh. Oh, it's a Fallout 76 reference. I got it. I never played that. They make Mothman references in that too? I'm willing to bet Fallout was making a reference to the Richard Gere film. Technically, Mothman Prophecy, the film, was making a reference to like an urban legend. So, probably tomato. Oh, there's a bunch of cryptids? Okay, that makes sense. Interesting, C.D. Villard. I didn't know that. I didn't realize Mothman was actually like a cryptid thing. I thought it was just like a horror film or whatever, right? I didn't actually put it in like the vein of cryptids, right? For everyone else out there watching who hasn't played Disco Elysium, cryptids are like mythological creatures, right? So consider Bigfoot, that's a cryptid, right? The Chupacabra, that's a cryptid. I never put Mothman in the cryptid category. It was always just urban legend in my head, but it totally qualifies. Disco Elysium is a detective game that has a very small portion related to cryptids. But there's really good conversations about it.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, take your time. I'm going to do the same thing. Or I'll wait. Yeah, for sure. You go do your thing. That way, they're not left without an entire, like, person here, you know? So, yeah, I'll use the restroom when he gets back. I meant to ask him what beer he's drinking, too. But yes, there is an entire, like, conversation and thread within Disco Elysium about cryptids. It's actually a really, really fun bit. Lucky Hole Mine. Yeah, sure, worth a shot. I don't mind. Yeah, worth a shot. What's everyone else out there up to? I assume Acorn took off ages ago. Acorn, if you're still out there, feel free. Let's chat. You know, what were you doing today, etc. Anyone from Acorn's raid? What was Acorn up to? That was a while back, but still. Didn't get a chance to chat because I was in the midst of launching up this co-stream. I'm sitting on my brand new chair, and when I say brand new, I mean brand new to me because it's used, but it's in good condition. It's a Herman Miller Mira 2. It's the same chair I had, but my previous one blew out on the piston, or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, at least now I got a second, and I can swap parts as I need to. Bam, bam, boom, science. So working late, need a less soul-sucking job. Happy to have one, though. Yeah, that's the nature of things, isn't it? I'm looking for a soul-sucking job. Yeah, so I get that. And what's up? Productive time. How you doing? Yeah, cheers. Oh, Dylan's back. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. See you in a sec.
Hello, chat. Now that I have you captive. How we doing? 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Oof. Oof. Dylan Takeover is here. That's right. And we're on my third 9.5% beer here. Probably going to regret that. But, you know, got to do what we got to do. Where's the mead? I do like mead. I had a years ago now. I had a coworker who was really into mead making, and I really, really like mead. He made this like he had like his own like beehives and stuff, and like they were.
Right.
He had like
so,
a blueberry
I
field
am back.
And
Actually, headphones
so
not in. There we go. Now I'm back. And yeah, Dylan, what beer are you drinking?
We are drinking Victory Berry Monkey Fruited Sour Triple at 9.5% alcohol.
Interesting.
Very delicious.
Yeah, I haven't had a beer that strong in a long time. There's Space Dust from Elysian and some other one from Pyramid, and those are the only beers I've ever had that strong.
Yeah, this one, 2 or 3 for a night will do the job.
Yeah. Like, that's solid, for sure. I actually have a limit. I only have 2 Space Dusts whenever I go out, and I don't have anything else. Right? Like, it's they're rough.
You're in you're Seattle, right?
Yep.
Or are you Portland?
No, I'm Seattle. Yep.
Are you near Fremont?
No, I'm in Redmond, so I'm like not even technically Seattle. I just say Seattle, so it's easier. But yeah, I'm like 20 minutes from Seattle on a good day, and half hour to 45 minutes with traffic, but not too bad. Fremont's definitely my favorite area of Seattle.
Fremont and like Ballard are like the 2 areas I have spent some time in. And I really like the bar scene in Fremont. There's a lot of fun bars down there.
Yeah, and it's like walkable, like it's like nice and flat and chill.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I really like Fremont. Yeah. Fremont, and then like if I had to live in Seattle, Queen Anne, I rented an Airbnb up there, and it was just like one of the most beautiful spots I've ever stayed at.
Queen Anne's nice because you're like above things, so you get the view and all that. But it's really not that fun to walk home to after a night of partying.
Straight uphill.
Yeah, it is straight uphill for sure. So yeah, there is that. But yes, productive time. I live in Redmond, Microsoft Town, for sure.
Microsoft Town, classic.
Yeah, I just like living not quite in the city because I want to be closer to the mountain to snowboard, even though I don't do it nearly often enough. But an extra half hour added on to my drive to the mountain would keep me from doing it way more often. Mothman saying he enjoyed an anise-flavored elderberry something or other. It was Sambuca. I've never had Sambuca.
This is string.
Productive time. Are you here in the Northwest? Redmond is more city than Seattle? What? Nobody would ever say that. Are you thinking maybe Bellevue instead of Seattle?
Oh, I see what I did wrong here.
Come on. No one would say that. Oh, a more enjoyable city. Gotcha. Yeah. I wouldn't even call like Redmond a city. Redmond's a glorified township. When you say Vancouver, do you mean Vancouver, Washington, or Vancouver, Canada? Because they are very different.
String list.map.
Canada. Okay, very different. Theoretically, they're productive time. I can't get past the border, so Vancouver, Washington is closer. No, I'm not going to call... Like, I was going to say, you're going to call Bellingham a city. Redmond is not a city in the same way Bellingham is not a city. Okay? Okay? Come on. Is Vancouver rent more than Seattle? I don't know. I'm not sure. I've never lived in Seattle proper. I've only looked at rents infrequently. You read Bellingham as Belgium. Yeah, Belgium's a bit different. Belgium is definitely not a city. No matter how you want to, qualify what a city is. I got a reckless driving when I was 18, and I haven't written a letter to the consulate since. That's all it would take. I'm past statute of limitations and all that, but I have to write a letter to the consulate of Canada to actually get into Canada. So hold on. Ryan Winchester. I was once at a McDonald's in Vancouver, Washington, but I didn't know where I was. Was going from Portland back to Vancouver, BC. They asked us, somehow, knew me and a buddy weren't from there, where we were from, and we said, Vancouver! And they stared at you for a minute. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Obviously, criminal productive time. No. Like I just said, I got a reckless driving when I was 18, which is criminal. We're past that, but I still have to write a letter to the consulate in Canada to get access to Canada. It is what it is. Reckless driving, Canada assumes that you had talked down from a drunk driving. Whereas instead, if I had simply fought my reckless driving, I would have gotten a negligent driving, and then I'd be totally fine. But I didn't. I was an idiot. I was a stupid 18-year-old who pleaded guilty to a reckless driving charge rather than realizing it could be taken down. And yeah, thank you, Ryan Winchester, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the gifted subs, dude. Appreciate you. You missed a really good comment earlier. Someone was like, hey, do you ever use monitoring tools, etc.? And I was like, I mean, from time to time. I've got Sentry installed on Stream Parrot, but it's Elixir, so I don't really need it. Boom, roasted.
There we go. Now we say, we're going to yoink that. Put that in there. No, we're going to do that. And this will be deserialize.
Yeah, K-Melf, we let him get focused from time to time, and then we just like rant at people, and you know it's a good pairing program. It's like any good announcer, like pairing duo for like you know any sports broadcast. There's the color commentator, and then there's the person who's actually talking about the game. I'm
Chris
the color
is my hype
commentator.
man. It's like that Key and Peele skit.
Yep. For sure. I'm the color commentator. I'm the hype man. You know, it works. It works.
This expression has type number of YoJSON or string of YoJSON, string result, but an expression expected of number of float. Ah. So how can we fix that? We can fix that by giving this another case here and just saying invalid value type.
Oh, there you go. Invalid number type is probably what we're looking for there.
Yeah.
Technically.
Value number. Let's do that. And then we have to steal one of these, put that there. Really, you're still upset. Expression is type number or string. Great. Number of. Yeah, I see.
Do we need the number within, like the number type within that value type thing? Right? Would we need like the int float part? So where you're doing number, instead of where you have like OK number value JSON, would we want to coerce that into like the pattern matching for the int float? I'm saying like down on like 25,
yeah, so
26.
25, 26. String number. So you're saying doing this part down here?
I don't know. Yeah, so like deserialize selective value. Again, remember that we're going to have to do that same thing for the value like type as well. Like the value feature type,
yeah,
I should say. Right? So there's going to be some duplication there.
This. So we can say value type is number. And then we can match. Good Lord.
I agree, dogs.
It's tough being them.
Yeah, exactly. They got a rough life. But yeah, how you doing, Leostera? Thank you for chilling. Wanted to make sure I shouted you out. Appreciate you hanging out.
Leo, yes, that's like at you was literally one of the underlying reasons I started writing Melange FFI. And that's the reason. I'm going to take a quick detour here, Chris.
Sure, take your time. Yeah.
Let's see here. We want to go in here. We can go here. That is like a huge reason why we have all this bullshit right here. All these obnoxious currying types.
Oh, God.
So we can get away from at you, and you can just use this function right here. And let's say you can write a little FFI file. Let's say we have like in JavaScript, let's say we have function add 3, right? And then we have this, and then we just add them. Yeah, good job, Copilot. Rather than having to like uncurry this in the Melange FFI layer, or like in OCaml with Melange, you can take this and we could just say like uncurried. And then we could export a function, if I could type, export const add 3, and then we can do curry like that. And then you can write your external in OCaml or Melange, where it would be like external add 3, and it would just be equals int.
Yeah, that looks great.
3. And then it would be like
int.
module my FFI, right? and then you can bind to it that way, and you don't ever have to freaking worry about using all the complicated PPX attributes or extensions. So that's why we have all that terrible TypeScript up here. Like, this is some of the worst TypeScript I've ever had to write in my life.
You had to write that by hand. Copilot helped, right?
Actually, Copilot did not actually help on this
no!
I didn't write it all manually. I didn't steal, but I borrowed the idea of building it this way from Lodash, because they have I'm not sure if it's a curry function, or maybe I stole it for Ramda. Ramda or Lodash does their types for currying in a similar way, and I copied it and then just edited each one. Yeah, but it's like a total freaking pain. But
yeah, that seems
on
gnarly.
The flip side, now that it's done, it makes binding to JavaScript so much nicer from Melange. Okay, sorry for the detour, chat.
Oh, perfect. No, honestly, that's the best part. I'm not even kidding. I think we're really trying to delay being done with this so that we don't have to have that pin on it. Like, oh, it's done, it's over. Now we got to figure something else out.
That's why we talked about television shows for
Damn right, man. Right? Useful distractions.
Pattern matching is not exhaustive. Sure. Where are we? We're in our of.view.json on our selected feature. FPTS does something like that for pipe as well. Yeah, actually, I was going to try to steal a bunch of Tech Savvy Travi's code. He published an NPM library called Slothpipe last week, and I was going to steal a bunch of his TypeScript and code to add piping to my library, but because Melange, some of the decisions Melange made for representing variants and enums when it compiles the JavaScript, it doesn't play super nice with chaining. And I try to do a bunch of fancy stuff with proxies and overriding the prototype and stuff like that, and I just couldn't nail it. So I ended up just writing 2 different types. So we have for all of our monads, or rather monads, for all of our types that we bring in from OCaml. So we have things like option, result, list. For all of those, I also have a chainable variant of it. So we have a chainable result and a chainable list and a chainable option, where you can do basically dot syntax, where it'd be option dot map dot then dot unwrap. It actually kind of feels and looks like Rust. But yeah, I was planning on stealing his stuff, but then it just didn't play nice.
Sure, that makes sense. You were mentioning what you want to name it. So if you look up Melange and synonyms, there's medley, there's mishmash, there's potpourri. There's some good names. I'm just saying.
I was either, the 2 directions I wanted to take it was either find a reference from Dune. So Melange is the spice.
Yeah. So spice is one of the synonyms we saw. Yeah, totally. Okay, I get it.
And it's nice. So Melange itself wasn't necessarily named as an intentional reference to Dune, because Dune is OCaml's build tool. It came from the word medley. That's a French word. Melange is a French word for medley, or a combination of things. But coincidentally, I suppose coincidentally, that Melange is also the spice from Dune, and that's our build tool. So I was trying to find a Dune reference from the movie or the books that would feel well, or I was just going to call it OCaml script and publish that. I don't know, because it's hard. The core purpose of the library is to make writing bindings to JavaScript easier from OCaml and Melange. But it's also evolved into a place where now it is actually like a pretty ergonomic, like functional programming library for TypeScript. So you could just like drop it in to like any old TypeScript project and have like a functional programming library that's powered by OCaml's standard library. So that's kind of where like OCaml script came from. And I already have the npm package for that. But yeah, naming is hard. It's really hard.
It is. Yeah. There's Stillsuit. It's one of the inventions made by the Fremen to survive the Arrakis desert.
I also thought about calling it Fremen.js.
Ooh, Fremen. I mean, that works. Yeah. I like that one too. I think that's solid. It's the harvester of the spice.
The only thing I have to do yet is write a README, and I'm ready to publish a 1.0.
Okay, that
Fremen
sounds
JS
fun.
It is.
I mean, Fremen sounds
Leo
pretty good. Is it taken?
Let's find out.
npm won't help you with that because it's not a proper word.
We can jump into package.json and we'll just rename this Fremen JS. And we'll, bump that to a 1. And then we can come down here and we can say npm. We have to.
You might not even need the JS. Just make it Fremen. Right? Drop the JS. It's cleaner. I'm sorry. I had to make that movie Fremen reference.
Right. We'll grab both.
There you go.
Just so we have options. Wow, I can't type.
Drop the. It's cleaner.
Good point.
Yeah.
Classic reference.
Yeah. It's solid. I'm really proud about that.
Let's see here. It looks like we got Fremen. Excellent. We are the proud new owners of... Oh, no. Are you logged in as the correct user?
Oh, no.
Why would I not be?
Did you attach, like, the public as the first publish?
It looks like my... just looks like I got logged out for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, make sure on your, like, first publish, you do, like, the public tag. Otherwise, it doesn't create it.
So we're authenticated. It's probably...
I've run into that bug too many times, so, like, I just had to shout that out. But yeah, later, Leostera. Thank you for chilling.
All right. Oh, no. Let me exit my Nix shell.
Hold on. What was the command you did to publish? Let me see it real quick.
Should just be npm publish, right?
No, you need to attach public. Right? You need to have the tag public on the initial push. Absolutely. Yes. I've run into this too many times.
Okay. So I need to go back into my shell here.
We didn't see anything, Vicente. Come on. You absolutely need public on the first publish. For sure. I know this for a fact.
All right. So
I've dealt with it too many times.
So we say on the version, we say at public.
It needs no, not on the version. It's just like when you do your publish command, you do -- public.
Okay, so we'll say npm publish -- public.
Pretty sure that's it. Something like that.
And I grab my OCP. Authentication successful.
I could be wrong on the flag.
I wonder if there might be another Fremen library.
There most likely is. NPM or NPM is just that way.
Oh yeah, someone published Fremen 8 years ago.
Yeah, dude, the lurking and squatting of names like that is brutal. Right, 8 years ago, they haven't done anything with it. 0 weekly downloads. It's a 404 on GitHub, right? But NPM can't reclaim any of that stuff. Yeah, it's pretty weak.
All right, let's see if we can get Fremen.js. It's probably going to tell me that's too similar.
I haven't seen
we
that
got
before. Yeah, Fremen.js should work.
Boom. Yep. And actually, I didn't even need the public there. I just did npm publish and it worked.
Really? Oh, wait, hold on. Are you within an organization? The answer is probably no, right?
No.
So that's the fix. Okay. If you're trying to publish within an org, you need the public on the first publish. Okay. That was the thing I've forgotten consistently. My bad. I've dealt with it specifically for Vexilla because I need an organization. But yeah.
That makes sense. Man, every time I get a freaking Gmail notification, I'm like, oh, is it my job offer?
I know,
been like that for
dude.
Like a week and a half now, dude. My anxiety is just like through the roof.
Dude, that is so long to leave someone hanging for that stuff, man.
The particular company, which I don't know if I've shared with you yet, what company
You are public right now. Keep that in mind. You don't have to say.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, most of my stream knows, but I'm gonna until it's solid. I'm not gonna like super say it. I'll DM you right now.
Okay.
What it is.
If we're going for the same job, I'm gonna be so bummed because you are more qualified for sure.
I mean, maybe.
I doubt
Probably
it.
not.
I highly doubt it. That would be so weird. Oh, yeah, totally not. No. I got denied for a role from there ages ago. But it was for like a dev advocate thing. And
I am fortunate to have a couple former coworkers there. So that definitely helped my case a little bit. But yeah, I've gotten all but a verbal offer, and it's just waiting on like the very last stamp of approval, and that last stamp of approval is just like the thing that's drawing out, because the person that needs to stamp it is very, very busy, and I think from what I'm parsing, reading the tea leaves, that person like does it like once a week and just goes through like a stack of applicants that like the hiring team and the engineering teams have approved. So just kind of waiting.
I think you got this.
But
I think
anxiety inducing for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, I know some people that work there too. I haven't actually reached out to them when I did my application previously. I should have, but you know. I don't know. I feel bad about doing that sometimes. Because what if someone recommends me and then I suck in the interview process? Does it reflect on them?
I don't think so, because I've had that happen a couple times where, like, especially when I was at Formidable, I had recommended a couple people that didn't pass our interview process, and like they're still like, I just think interviews, and I feel like everyone that is like relatively empathetic or like, you know, has been in this industry for a while understands that like interviews are so flaky. Like there is so much like false positives and false negatives that like a single technical interview is not indicative of like an engineer in their entire like how they work as an engineer, right? Like
exactly.
You can't figure out how someone's going to work just from.
Dude, I've blown interviews that I know I was way more qualified for, you know? Like things like that. So yeah, I just don't want that to reflect on anybody else but me. So yeah, I'm like hesitant to reach out. The current company that's ghosting me is actually from like a reach out, which is interesting.
Man, dude, ghosting, that's the thing that sucks. Like the company that I sent you, like they've been very communicative and they're like, we're sorry this is taking so long. Like we
Oh,
have
they've
like an
actually
ad
reached
hoc
out and
process
said
at the
like, "Hey,
moment.
we're just waiting." Oh, that's even better. Oh, that's a cool
Yeah.
company, man. That's
So
really
like
nice.
it's like yeah. So I basically have all but a verbal offer and I'm just waiting on the email. So it's just the thing that is tough right now is that I have an offer, but I technically have two other offers, but they're from crypto companies. And the one is very, very pushy. And like they have been on my case for like a week and a half now about getting them an answer. And like
Mm,
it's just like I want to call it off because like I've worked in crypto the past year and a half and it's been like generally fine. Like I'm not like super into crypto or anything, but like
sure.
the company I work for has really good engineers, really good leadership, and just unfortunate that we have to shut down. But I don't particularly want to go back into crypto, but both of these crypto companies pay pretty damn well. And
Right.
it's like this is the first time in my career I've been faced with like not having a job when I'm interviewing. So it's like if something just fell through at the last moment, like it would suck. But
Yeah, no, I get that. Oh, that is brutal. Yeah, I received an offer from a company as well, but I have some moral quandaries with what they do. Like they're basically a gambling company, and I don't know. Not a big fan.
yeah, actually, I was in the same situation as you. I had a job offer my last cycle, which was like a year and a half ago now. I had an offer from Caesar's Palace, their sports book
Oh,
app,
right, and that
and
would
like
feel
one
rough.
like I know my family has like a history of like addiction and gambling problems, and
Right, so
like I
like
don't gamble at
contributing
all.
to that problem would just right, like I don't,
And
yeah.
then to make matters worse, like the job was incrementally migrating a Flutter app to React Native, and I was like, I just really don't want to work in Flutter.
Touche, I get that. It's not that bad, honestly. Like with the right tooling, Flutter's fine. It's not a big deal. But yeah, I get it. Just I think it's more about like the moral quandary than like the technological quandary. Like you would suck it up
Yeah,
if it was fine. Like, it's not a big deal.
that's like kind of how I feel about like going back into crypto. Like I got fortunate that like the crypto company I've been working at the past year and a half, like we are at the institutional level, so like we helped facilitate like DeFi trading for like banks and hedge funds and stuff. It wasn't like we were doing like money grabs on like
Mhm.
consumers or anything,
Right,
right?
like NFT marketplace kind of
Um,
stuff. Ugh.
right, exactly. Like it
Ugh.
wasn't
Like,
scammy at all. It
yeah,
was just
exact. Like,
giving,
ugh. Yeah, I get you. I
yeah,
get you.
it was just giving access to DeFi to your typical financial institutions,
Yep.
which like I've worked in fintech like almost half of my career, so like it was a relatively good fit. But I
Okay.
don't really want to work in crypto. Like, I don't want to work on like coins. I don't want to work on like random protocols. Like, if I work in crypto, like, I want it to be something relatively meaningful and not just like, I don't
Yep.
know.
I get it. I get it. Yeah.
It's yeah.
Let me chime in with what some people are saying, like, because I know you posted a tweet recently about like the redesign of your office and everything. It looks amazing. It looks really good.
Yeah,
People are
yeah.
actually wondering if it's even real,
Thank you.
right? Like, it's super
It is
good.
real. Yeah. Shout out to Justine because this entire design and concept was like her vision and her idea, and yeah, it came together. We hired contractors. I know, like the wall in front of me, you can't see.
I saw the
I'll share the
photos
tweet.
though, and it looks awesome, man. Looks really good.
Yeah, we got wood slats and like a hidden door, and here I'll just post the
Secret
link.
tunnel, like that kind of hidden door.
Yeah, did you see it?
I didn't see this hidden
Yeah,
door.
actually,
I didn't watch the
I'll
video.
just
I just saw your like screenshots. Okay, there we
Here
go.
we go. Here we go. So we got slats against the wall in front of my desk. And then...
Dude, this
that's
is
what's behind
super
me.
nicely done. Yeah, Justine killed it. Nice.
And the plants are real, for the record. But then the hidden door is over here to my left, right here.
Oh, I think I saw the seam
Which
just
gives it away.
barely. Oh, yeah, just barely saw the seam above it. Oh, that's legit.
Well,
Is that your restroom?
yeah, it came. Yeah, so like that's a bathroom, and then there's another door in there that goes into our kitchen. So it has like 2 doors into the bathroom.
Oh,
But
that's dope.
here's what it looked like before all of that. It's just me chilling in this classic white builder, new build room, and then boom.
Yeah, legit, man.
Yeah, so
really
you can
well
like
done.
kind of see the seam right there. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it came out.
Yeah, you can see the seam just slightly, but it's like it's hard to catch until you like see it. Yeah, that's really cool, man. Good
And
work.
the contractors also have like one more session where they're going to come back and put up like polishing details, do a little bit of sanding on the wood planks so they're not as glossy, and yeah.
Sure. Nice, man.
Super pumped.
Hell yeah. Yeah, well done.
All right. So we wanted to move this part down here so we can easily abstract this later.
I think so, right?
We almost can copy that match statement like right here. Oh, now this is just playing in the background. Let me pause that. Okay. That was a weird paste. I'm just going to write this by hand. Let me get back to a place where we don't have errors, because this is now confusing. So we match on value type. We either get a string when it's a string or number. And then once we get down to here, this will be a string, right? Yeah. So we match on value JSON, and that will be either a int of I, and we'll do, it's not quite what we want, but that's okay. We'll come back and fix that in a second. Float of F. Actually, we don't need of there.
Oh, interesting. So, like, why don't you need the of? Is that like a conversion?
The of is part of the type definition rather than like unboxing a value in a match statement.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
I think
so. When we define our type, we say like the string list constructor holds a string list. So like in Rust, I don't know Rust syntax 100%, but
so of is almost like an inherits from kind of thing. Like it's not a Rust like term to say that, but like
okay, like maybe something like my like A would be like string, or B int, be like that almost in another language, where like it variants are more like enums.
Okay. Okay.
I'm letting you talk about and go ahead.
Okay.
Bring your space heater inside.
Okay.
Bring it inside.
All right. It's fine on the porch.
But it shouldn't be out there.
It's fine out there.
Dylan.
I like it out there.
Dylan, I asked you to bring it in how long ago?
I don't know.
Exactly.
It's worth bringing in. You never know which crazy people are going to try and take it or some BS.
Shake my head.
Yeah. Like, I've lived in sketchy areas, like areas that were seemingly safe for a long time and then all of a sudden got sketchy. So, you know, it's worth it.
It's a fair point. So what do we want to do here? We get a value type and we want to return string, int, or float. Yeah, so let's get rid of this and we'll say this is going to be... Actually, int underscore as, let's just call that value. And then we can return OK value, and we can do the same thing here since, and then we can say underscore, not file. This is not Node.js. We need a catch-all. And then down here, this now, value type should be a string, an int, or a float. Float of float, int of int, string of. This actually shouldn't be.
Yeah, that should be like
Should
string
it?
of string, right?
It should be a list.
Oh, yeah, all these should be lists, actually.
Yeah. So we actually want to do int of the JSON. Yeah, that's what we want. Do that, and then this will be a float of our JSON, and then we'll just deserialize that in that other function. And use variable, sure.
Okay. Okay, yeah, this is starting to make way more sense now.
So now value type should end up being a float of JSON, an int of JSON, or a string of JSON. And when that goes into this function, we can match on those. So this would be int, and then we'll have one more. Actually, we can probably, why can't I match on that? There we go, change in that. And we want to say, okay, int list, yeah, something like that. And then we want to basically copy that and do float. And that will be float list. Hopefully there's a to float here. Yeah, okay. Let's check the type definition of this. So we take a polymorphic variant of float, int, or string, which polymorphic variants are like our enums, and they all carry these JSON lists. And then depending on which variant we have, we map those to lists of that particular type, which that gets us around the problem we had on this line earlier. We're like, hey, we have this empty list. We have no idea what the type is, so let's just return an error. So theoretically, we should be able to get rid of that.
That whole chunk?
JSON selected value.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
Selective value. Let's see here. What's the best way to do this? Yeah, okay. And then we have one more error down here. The expression has type float of your JSON, blah, 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 but an expression was, oh, it's a result.
Oh.
So we can come here and just unbox our result. What's our problem now? Oh, it's of a list? List association values. So that's going to be yo JSON save T. This becomes, yeah. We get the value type from the list. Where are we going wrong here?
Where is the deserialized selective value function being called?
That is getting called when we we look at our JSON and we find a value key, and the value of the value key is this variable right here. So value JSON.
Mhm.
That's just going to be our value is such an overloaded word here, but that is the JSON associated with the value of the value key. And then we go and look for our value type in our association list. And if our value type value is string, we say, okay, we're working with a string variant. Otherwise, if it equals number, we drop down and we look at the JSON again and we say, okay, does that JSON parse to an int? If it does, we wrap the JSON with an int.
So do any of those things actually consider the list of things? Right? Like I see int float string, but like I don't see what's actually making sure that this is a list of things returned out of it. It seems to me like the okay would be like an int alone, you know?
What would be the way to fix this?
Seems like there needs to be a way to like deserialize the list from the JSON version to the OCaml version of a list instead.
Yes, that's what our deserialized selective value function does right now. So like a better name would be probably list, like pending list there.
Okay.
And then value type needs to end up being, rather than like float of JSON safe t, it needs to be JSON safe t list. I think. Which would tell me that needs to be, like this needs to be JSON.safe.t list.
So dev repo and Shrona. Yes, he's using NeoVim within Ghosty.
So list association, AL returns a value associated with the key A in the list of pairs L. That is associated, right? Why can the value right, so we're constrained there. I think we're missing another match. I have to think about this.
Okay.
We're getting super close.
I know, but it's getting late as well because you're East Coast.
Yeah. Let's kick this again to next week, and we'll keep drawing this out.
Again, like this is the important part. Again, we need to, like, it has to work, you know?
Yeah. I will, hopefully, if I find time, before hopefully next Tuesday, as long as, dude, I swear this contractor that's been working in my office, he's like, yeah, we'll be there Monday morning. They're like, nope, we're going to be there Tuesday. We're going to be there till like 9 at night.
So yeah, no worries.
That's been like the past couple weeks. So hopefully Tuesday I can make it back. And
Sure. Happy to audible
hopefully-
to any time that works for you. No problem.
Cool. Yeah, I feel bad that I've had to reschedule like so many times.
Dude, it's
just
fine.
been,
Like
one thing
I've had to
after
do
another.
the same. Like it's totally fine. If it ends up being like a really good snowboard day on the day we need to meet next week, I'm gonna have to push. Like, just saying.
Yeah, and I'll just have to like fly out to Leavenworth and hang out at the lodge bar and wait for you.
Let's
to get
go
done.
shred. Yeah, let's do it. Like that'd be great. I'll show you Stevens Pass. I got runs, man.
I've been to Leavenworth once. Formidable did like a team build where we like rented a bunch of cabins up there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was super fun. I love Leavenworth. It's like, for anyone that doesn't know, Leavenworth is like this little town up in the mountains of Washington, and it looks like you're in Germany or Belgium.
It's a little
And-
Bavarian village. It's a little kitschy. Like, man, like, what's Bavarian about Leavenworth other than the name? Nothing. But whatever. It's still like, it looks the part. And it's fine.
It does. It's fun, and there's a ton of amazing, like, hiking and snowboarding and skiing and all that sort of thing.
And golf.
We did like a. Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, there's some good
Again,
golf out there.
I just
for
assumed
sure.
there was kind of like snow all the time year round, but
No,
I also
not
don't
at all.
really know.
Nope. Yeah. Like Leavenworth is actually not that high of an elevation. It's just on the east side of the mountains, which separates it from Seattle by a good hour and a half, bare minimum. So yeah, like it's really good. Like it's a great town. I'm looking at moving out towards that area here soon.
Really, dude, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
That would be
yeah.
so fun to live out there.
I'm really considering it because there's a Costco in
Do
Wenatchee.
you do
I'd be
any-
fine.
That's
Go ahead.
all
What were you
need.
saying?
If you've got a Costco, I was gonna say, do you do any like fishing or hunting?
Nah. I enjoy a good bit of
No.
like crabbing. Crabbing is great. If you have a good crab trap, going and hanging out on a pier and just tossing a net and like, doing your thing for like 45 minutes and then pulling it up and seeing what you got. Like, yeah, that's totally worth it. That's a good old time. But yeah, you can't do that in
I don't know
Leavenworth,
if-
so yeah, whatever.
You're telling me there's no crabs in Leavenworth?
There are 0 crabs in Leavenworth. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. You're not even gonna find like prawns in like local like creeks and stuff. Or crawdads, that's the word I was looking for. You're not gonna find any crawdads in Leavenworth either. But it's
Trying to
fun.
find. I have a bunch of. Here we go. All right, here are my pictures from Leavenworth.
Oh, you got some good pictures?
was-
Nice.
I don't know if I go as far as saying good pictures, but
Gotcha.
just to give Chad an idea of what we're talking about here. Like the mountains, like as you're coming up from like Seattle, like all of a sudden they just like spike into the air. Like it's just beautiful up there.
Is that even Leavenworth? That's like before you hit Stevens Pass, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a couple minutes before Stevens Pass.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
then this
Yep.
was this
I know that
bear
drive.
was inside our Airbnb.
Oh,
which was
really?
Crazy.
Dope. And he's got the blue label? Oh, hell yeah. That's a happy
Yeah.
bear.
This is the inside
That's
of
awesome.
Airbnb. For sure. Yeah, it was a great time. I love Levin. Like you can kind of see how it like has like the Bavarian architecture.
Yep.
there on Main Street.
Oh, absolutely. So you guys were like in like downtown Leavenworth. I know that's a weird phrase, but you know what I mean. That's legit.
Yeah,
Hell
so
yeah.
like that Airbnb is like right over here on this hill. But
Yeah.
super beautiful, super fun.
Amazing
Snow
area.
sports, highly recommend.
Yep.
Yeah. And there's Winnie.
Yeah, super cool, man.
The I should buy a boat dog.
I should buy a boat. Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah.
All right, y'all. We
Thank you
will
for chilling.
get this JSON. Yeah, man. Appreciate it. Always fun. Like I said, I'll try to every week it's JSON problems, but
here's the
we're getting one
thing.
step at a time.
We're going to dig into when we're done with these JSON problems and the testing. We actually have like some TypeScript code to write to actually generate enums and types for consumers of our library within various languages. So I've got a CLI tool to generate Rust, Go, C#, whatever enums. I think technically they'd be polymorphic variants in OChem, right?
Yeah, variants are polymorphic variants. Yeah,
Probably just variants.
How do you do that? Do you use like a templating language for that, or how?
I do. It's all Mustache. It's fine.
Mustache. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Sweet.
like super easy. It's in like the main Vexilla repo. It's right there in the CLI tool, I believe. And if you want to like dig in, I can show you next time. If not, no worries. But yeah, it's actually really straightforward and simple.
Sweet, man. Hopefully, I really think next time I'm thinking I should have enough time to fix these parsing issues. And
again, don't worry about putting any time in off stream. I think seeing the struggle bus actually lets other people realize that like they don't need to feel bad about struggling with some of these things. I think showing the entire process is valuable to people, right? Working off stream makes them feel like they're actually failing by running into issues that they didn't see their favorite streamer hit, you know? So that's my entire goal for stream in general, just showing the entire process. So struggle bus is part of it.
Well, then we'll come back with these errors next time then.
Hell yeah, for sure. Thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Likewise, man.
Yep. Later.
You too. And as you know, always, good luck with your job hunt. Hopefully that company gets back to you, man.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ghosting sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Cheers.
See you, chat. Thank you for hanging out. Yep. Super appreciate y'all.
Later. Cheers. Have a good night. All right, let's disconnect there. Close that window. Yeah, that was chill. I think we got a lot of good stuff done. If you're seeing how the sausage is made, I actually use Twitch on my dev machine to watch Dylan do his thing, which is why I'm somewhat delayed sometimes when he does something and I didn't see it until like stream sees it. But it works. I think we're fine. So yeah, that was a blast. That was awesome. I can stop the recording. We're gonna keep other stuff going because it's only 7 p.m. Like, what else would I do? Hold on, did I disconnect from his thing yet? There we go. And yeah, how y'all doing? Let me get some synthwave going. Let me get some music going. Volume's gonna be way too loud, so let me fix that real quick. Chilling with the chili dog. Yeah, how you doing there? NMP, not NPM, totally different. Right? Don't want to get sued. But yeah, this Thursday night in which I don't have any gaming plans. I need to just readjust my title for stream, but that's easy enough. Mr. Sir. But yeah, everyone who was lurking on YouTube, how'd you like all that? I feel like that was pretty good. Like, that was a good session. We chatted, we hung out, we did our thing. But yeah, let me use the restroom. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go grab some water. And yeah, I got no major reason to stop streaming at the moment. We'll consider it. We think about what we're doing, but I want to actually get a good head on my shoulders about what we got to do for Vexilla. Oh, baby on the corner trick. Yeah, fool me once. No, I understand what it is, but no, I don't do any of that. I'm not familiar with that industry. Not something to do with. Sorry. If you're looking for specific things like that, you're typically never. Right? You gotta learn to help yourself for any of this stuff. Anything obscure, you're not gonna find out. Nothing would tell you whether you should or shouldn't until you try it and see how you like it. Who cares if it's good content if you don't enjoy reading? It's not good content. You don't need external validation for it. You need the internal wherewithal to stick with it when there's no one watching. You're not going to blow up overnight. Nobody does that. If you're expecting to blow up overnight with anything you're doing here on Twitch, it's not going to happen. So if that's what you need to stay motivated, it's probably not something you should do. If you have the internal drive to do it, you wouldn't be asking me, would you? Just being honest with you, man. If you don't think you could make good content around it, no one's going to convince you otherwise. At the end of the day, people are there for you, not the content. That's the biggest thing I think streamers need to learn. They're not there for the game you're playing or the content you're making. They're there for you as a creator. Right? So, if you think you would enjoy watching the content you make, then make it. What's stopping you? The fact that you're reaching out for validation means that you're not having conviction to make it happen. And that's important. That's actually the number one thing. You need to be willing to stream to 0 people, knowing that your content is still valuable. If you don't have that conviction, you'll never last. I hope that helps. I really hope that helps. I have seen my numbers dip massively. I used to get 100 plus people watching. That number has dipped. If a dip in your numbers would convince you to stop streaming, you probably should. As a person who massively deals with the mental hit that a dip in numbers is, actually, like, you're not strong enough to start without caring about numbers. You're not strong enough to continue without caring about numbers. And that's actually the strongest, most influential factor of whether you should probably stream or keep streaming. know I have a core 30 to 40 people that are willing to just watch and hang out. Anytime we're above that number, it's awesome. It's the best. I love it. Y'all are my favorite. But whenever that number dips back down to what I consider my core, it dips below that, it really hurts. And no one can solve it. So yeah, I don't know, man. Totally up to you. Thank you. I appreciate that selection. Like, we have a core group. Bare minimum. The core group used to be bigger. But if you're gonna be bummed on that number being smaller, it could be a real problem. So I get that fizz. I'm going to keep saying fizz because fizz is, you know what you're saying, like it's a bit immature. If you're looking for immature viewers, keep that name. But I'd highly recommend if you're in this category, avoiding the immature viewers. You'll burn out way quicker if you try to satisfy that. No, I understand who this is, but I'm just saying, if that's going to be your name in chat, you're going to get a bunch of immature people latching on to the meaning of your name, not just where it came from. And the meaning of your name is pretty immature, right? I'm just being honest. Do whatever you want. Go for it. I don't care. It doesn't affect me in the slightest. Not at all. Try and stream to Twitch. To Twitch, like software and game dev Twitch. With a name like that. Go. I don't care. I gave you a little bit of a comment. And that's on you. Yeehaw. Your commentary is really just not that fun to respond to at this point. Would you want to respond to you? I don't think so. Right? No, your past like 10 messages are really questionable and I should have ignored you immediately. No, I dislike it. Yeehaw, you're actually real close to getting timed out and banned. Because your comments suck. Like, nah, man, you're not fun to talk to. Figure that out. Try and be a little more mature. This is not the standard 15-year-old, like, targeted Twitch stream. Fizz. I'm a little emotional. Yeah. Yeehaw and Fizz. Yeah, I didn't enjoy any interaction with either of you. I didn't enjoy a single interaction with either of you. Get out. I stream because I enjoy it. I have a group of people that want to actually enjoy watching the stream. Dealing with people like you is exactly what they're about. This is not some 15-year-old's chat in some league Exactly. So yeah, Ravika, let me see your comment for sure. So you're starting to do a little bit of streaming. You're finding that you are extremely awkward with how you talk while you code. No clue how we do it. Any tips? I mean, Ravika, the easiest way is you're doing something. Say what you're doing while you do it. Because people don't understand simply by saying what you type. Right? You can type 100 lines of code, no one knows it at all what you're doing until you actually explain. Now, if you code your stuff properly, people can get it, but who codes that way 100% of the time? Nobody. So instead, you simply narrate what you're doing while you do it. And you get into that habit as a streamer. That's entirely important. Like, really, really important. Narrate the code that you're writing. Because the code is not you're going to have viewers that don't write TypeScript. You're going to have viewers that don't know why your library needs various like types and things like that. You explain why you're doing what you're doing as you're doing it. It's actually not bad. It's actually pretty easy to do. Kind of cool, actually. It makes you really good at those like pair programming interviews in the future. Like, really. The fact that I've streamed doing development for the past 5 years means I'm really good at talking about dev while I'm doing dev. That's really good for pair programming. It's really good for just like team collaboration. It's really good for asking people things about what they're doing while they're doing it in a pair programming session, etc. Hey, you just did that thing. What is that thing doing? Can you explain it out for me? And as they explain it, maybe they realize, oh, they did it wrong. Right? Being a good rubber duck, etc. These are all skills that you can build and you can totally do yourself. But it takes practice, it takes time, and streaming is one of the best ways to build up that skill. One of my best moments is when I'm pair programming with another guy. For sure. Not just when it's DM Mulroy and we're randomly talking about TV shows, right? Even then, I asked him some really good questions about the implementation details of what we were doing and why certain things went a certain way, blah, blah, blah. Again, having to explain why certain decisions were made, why that code was written. Even Yeah. That clip, that exact image right there, was not me making a face on purpose for an emote. That was someone bringing up PHP versus Python type BS. I sincerely looked down upon that person with that exact face. Okay? So I just want to say, you're going to get those comments. It's going to happen, right? Just the low effort, terrible comments that people make, it will happen. This is Twitch, after all, right? One of the Madden streamers I watch. Oh, wait, you have a YouTube? It's a meme in their channel about them having a YouTube, right? It's a meme. And they are bummed to deal with it every time, so they got a bot for it. But even then, man, you can tell how much it creates and wears on that person's like mental state. It ain't right. Best thing you can do as a viewer, not contribute to that wear and tear. By just being a legitimate creator. So yeah, anyway, we are done. We're doing some Vexilla stuff now. For sure, let me update the title over on YouTube. The goal for tomorrow will most likely be Vexilla as well, because we want something. Yeah, Heather, if you're out there, feel free to critique it as you see fit. I need feedback on what you think. Here it is. Hold on. I need people to help me evaluate the tools and what I can do better. I need to add like a GitHub link and some other BS to it, I'm sure. But yeah, I have a dictation-based book writing tool in which you can record your voice and have it I think we're basically done. UI, UX of it is pretty good. After 2, maybe 3 weeks of slacking and just chugging this tool we were doing, I think it's a pretty useless tool. You disagree? What did I miss out? Is not available in incognito mode, and there's also a Firefox thing where you can have it say never record history, and that also breaks OPFS. So we got some major cases for things breaking. It is very interesting, and I really hope New York Times and Wawa and Bloomberg and all these other sites don't realize that they can actually detect it incognito mode really easily by just trying to access OPFS. They can figure out it's incognito using OPFS. I'll burp in your face about that one. But yeah, I feel like we're doing all right. I feel like this is pretty good. Could be better. Could be worse. Do I need to start proposing talks for meetups and conferences about how to use Wasm in the browser and, like, you know, some of the foot guns we hit while making it? Absolutely. Don't forget the gradients. Yeah, exactly. Like, hell no. No, thank you. Let's go look at Vexilla real quick. Oh, hold on. So that's what we got. Yeah, let's look at the entire back. Yeah, I want to say that's like a totally valid comparison. I would say we need somehow for you to put your finger on it, because I can't fix something that I don't know what the fix is. And because I'm aware of the platform, I am the worst person to evaluate what's missing. So yeah, anyone that maybe shares dev repo sentiment, what do you think the fix might be? Right? For the homepage. Specifically for the homepage of the app. So there is an API endpoint. Do we need a token with this? Here's the worst part. Y'all want to know what I think the biggest thing I need to add? A services section. So that I can build people for help implementing Vexilla. I think that's actually a big one. Because I'd happily hop into a call with anyone that wants to implement Vexilla. If you're an enterprise and I can't stream it, I mean, there's got to be some kind of like money exchanging plans, right? Enterprise would happily do like 150 an hour or some shit, right? I don't know. I don't know what the number is. Right? To put me on call would be extra. I think services contract is a big one. So here's a big thing. What is a company that has a good like services section of their website? I feel like that's something we can at least think about and start scaffolding and basically like finish in the first half of the day. Like really easy. So what is a good company that has a good services section of their site? Right? It's always a contact us instead. Nest.js has a good one. Hey, what's up, people? Hey, man. I know. You probably don't even want me to bring it up. But again, thank you for the message you sent me a while back. I've been thinking a lot about it. And you're totally right. You're totally right. Glad to see you. I do seek out. That's a major, like, personality. No worries. Happy to see you, man. Cheers. But you do one little bit of Zoom and you break your entire website. Yeah, granted, like that's not something they should do. But here it is. So this is their official support channel. Right? Oh, the kitty. No, that makes sense, Dev Repo. I get that. Yeah, I totally get that. Right? Like, really, they shout out, right? Looking at their page, there's the call to action. Get in touch immediately, right? You gotta have that. Read more, goes down and just looks at, like, the other views. Why would you want to use it? Yeah, we got reasons. We got reasons for days. Team augmentation, totally a thing. Yeah, I'll happily augment someone's team. Look at the kitty. Aww, look at his little paws. Aww. Those are mittens right there. Aww. If that cat's name isn't Mittens, they're fucking up. Aren't they? They are blowing it. That cat's internal name, in my opinion, is Mittens. How you doing, Mittens? Good job. Yeah. Best employee. And then, yeah, they have a section shouting out who uses their tool. We can't do that one yet, but man, I would work it into a services contract to like, hey, you know, we'll do a thing, we'll cut you a deal if we can use your logo. Wink. Right? That kind of thing. Absolutely. How can we help you? And they boil that down into like other sections too. I like what they're doing. If we click contact us, it's just an email. That is so easy. Yeah, we got it. I like it. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. This is pretty much exactly what I was looking for. When you look at dev tools, oh my god, they want us to sign in. Price starts at, and it's just right there in like somewhat hidden text. Hell no. Nope. But no, I get it. Like, yeah, this is a good layout of a page that does dev tools for an open source thing, right? Anyone have any other products that are fully open source, but they have like a paid support tier? Anyone got any other recommendations of something that does this? Down again after DM Mulroy? Nah, you're totally right. Thank you, Jwid. I am so sorry, YouTube. That was me blowing it. The music was blowing out your eardrums. Right? If you say that too fast, it's blowing out your rear drums. But yes, no, I meant blowing out your eardrums. And yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Jwid, for shouting that out. I totally forgot that part. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Nah, you're right. That's why the viewership went down, because I was blowing out their rear drums. Yes, I doubled up on the R on purpose right there. No, you're totally right, Jaywood. I messed that one up. I am so sorry. Thank you for shouting that out. I really appreciate it. All it took was someone on YouTube saying so as well, but they didn't. And that's, you know, pretty typical. Until you get like a massive viewership, most people are just lurking you. And that's fine. I get it. I appreciate it. Ain't nothing wrong. Thanks, YouTube. But okay, so Jaywood, again, you're here, right? Is there a single service or tool that has a paid tier but is open source at the core, right? So like paid support or whatever. Is there a tool that you would want to like emulate, right? A tool you would want other people to emulate. Anything like that. People on YouTube, same thing. All you gotta do is say so. What do we gotta fix? Like, what is there a thing to like make sure works? And I really do think this is it, but I would love to see like a second or third version just to make sure we're like hitting the common ground, right? Instead of just copying what one company did. I'd love to hit the middle ground between these companies because I don't want to get sued. The shinning, right? It's not the shining. You don't want to get sued. Any tool. For sure, Insanities. Any tool. Yeah. Ubuntu. Counts, right? Canonical and Oracle and any of that shit totally counts. Bitwarden. I've applied to Bitwarden, actually. They didn't reply, I get it. I was ghosted without any response. Way better than the company after 6 interviews ghosting you. Dude, the fact that you can go through 6 interviews with a company and still get ghosted? What the fuck, man? Yeah, I will name and shame a company that makes me go through 6 interviews and ghosts me. I will absolutely name and shame a company that does that kind of shit. All you gotta do is send an email saying, hey man, wasn't for us. It'd be so easy. Or an email saying, hey man, we'll reach out to you, but we still need some time. The company for me is the company that wants to pay me at this point. But I am massively putting them on the second tier compared to any company that treats me like a human being. Yeah, I get it, Insanities. I don't want to say the company yet, but I will absolutely name and shame them if they don't get back to me. If they actually send a properly like, hey, we went a different direction, whatever, then cool. But if they just simply ghost me, I am naming and shaming that company for sure. Guaranteed. 1000%. 1000%. No one needs to go through that process with this company again. Right? Bare minimum, just send the denial so I can move on. Like, holy shit, man. Two weeks without anything? Yeah, something smells like jerk right here. There were 2 technical interviews and the rest were non-technical. What up, Travis? How you doing, Mr. Sir? How you like, yeah, what you up to? You're doing game dev, right? Do I remember that correctly? Oh, we got an unban request like a half hour after we just banned someone. We'll see if they're actually being sincere. Unlikely, but if they are, no names, no shames. Again, good intent gets the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, exactly, Insanities. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, like really weird, actually. I'm counting... Hold on. I'm counting their initial HR interview of like if we're a good fit as part of the 6. I'm counting the first interview with the hiring manager. Even though we shouldn't have gotten that technical, they were just trying to tell me about like the interviews coming at me, but we chatted and they seem really cool, right? Like, then there was another hiring manager interview that was supposed to be like actually evaluating each other, and like, no, we already did that, right? But we still chatted more because, yeah, I'd really appreciate this dude as a boss. He was awesome. It was great. I'd love to chat and hang out with that dude. The fact that there's so much more to it than that is actually a little bit of a red flag. But again, as long as they're transparent and cool about it, I'm not going to judge a company. Otherwise, I'll totally judge a company. All right. So, your phrasing was a little weird, person being unbanned. You don't have to dox yourself at all. I'll happily chat with you again as long as you don't make it weird. Happily chat with you again. You don't have to dox who you are or anything. Maybe give it some time before you chat again. And we're good, man. Yeah, no stress. But just saying, like, your comment was way out of line. You know that, right? When I ban someone, I do it for a reason. You satisfied that reason. But that is not beyond redemption. So, happy to chat again. Feel free. If you don't want to dox yourself, give it some time. 15 minutes, sure, no big deal. Feel free to chat now, though. I won't judge you, but other people might. But who cares what they think, right? That's Twitch chat in general. It's you and the streamer. No other viewer matters, right? So I get that. That's fine. Working for a company in Europe, as long as they're willing to pay the taxes of outsourcing, like, who cares? That's not your problem. Raviko, like, seriously, that's not a problem. At all. That's no big deal. If they're willing to hire into the US and you're a good fit, you can always interview with them and then find out. No harm if you think it's not worth it. Ask them what their, like, schedule is and how they work and when you're expected to respond and all that BS. And if it's reasonable, then yeah, take it. Like, a job is a job. As long as it's reasonable. That's huge. But yeah, so Travis, sorry, my bad. We've been like on a bunch of like random chatting tangents. What is new in the world of Vexilla? Well, right now we're trying to establish a good page for support. For someone to actually like book out and bill a support session. And what websites and tools have anything even somewhat related to what we're trying to do. So currently, enterprise.nest.js seems pretty good, actually. And look at that kitty. Aw. Yeah, aw, the kitty gets the scratches. Yeah, totally. But yeah, beyond that, yeah, how should we structure a services portion of the website for Vexilla? How should we do it? I think it's important. I think it's something we should do. They got the kitty, they win. Yeah, exactly. It's really simple. It's really simple. I need a cat in all of my Vexilla marketing as well. That's just science. Ever heard of Sarakel? Seem to like Haskell? No, I've never heard of Sarakel. Haskell's fine. Like, you know, good functional language, etc. I forget, is Haskell garbage collected like OCaml? Or is it statically like memory managed like C++ or Rust or whatever? I forget. I think Haskell is garbage collected, right? But I could be wrong. I don't know. Ooh, and yeah, Steven, your feature request is actually really good. Thank you, Steven. That's actually not bad at all. If you would like to implement that feature, we could set aside a day for it. But yeah, no worries. Travis, hold on. Before you go, seriously, before you go, what were you working on today? I know you're like mainly a game dev, right? Or am I mixing that up? Like seriously, everyone, go check it out. Yes, C Vulcan Game Dev. Yes, okay, I didn't mix that up. Finishing specialized render graphs. So, what is a render graph, right? Job system dependencies. Is that like build time stuff? Or is that like separate? Like, what does that mean? Like, what is a render graph? And I know I could Google it. If you need to get going, I get it. I'm just sorry, like, I didn't engage you on that when you first got here. So that's my fault. Yeah, so Steven, if you want to try and like work that out, we can figure it out. We can do it as a group. I feel like that'd be fine. What day of this week would work well for you to like chat about it, to like set some time aside? Saturday? Up to you. Totally fine. We'll figure it out. I do want to focus on Vexilla a little bit for the next like today and tomorrow at least. If Saturday works, we can chat about like how to fix and improve orderly, for sure. Yeah, so multi-threading and render graphs. So render graph is basically a configuration for a single frame of a game different passes for things like sky, terrain, etc. And render graphs configure order of operations and resource passing through those operations. So, okay, hold on. Right, if you're playing a game like Civilization, you'll have an initial step that rationalizes where all characters are on the map after maybe AI moves, etc. And then from there, you pass that state into something else, right? And maybe it goes through a set of like steps that evaluate whether like the AI tries to capture that or not. Right? Can you try and like give us a reference to like a modern game and how that works in like the modern games like steps, etc.? And that would make it a lot more like real, you know? So could you actually rationalize that in regards to a real game, whether they use a render graph or not, but instead just like the theoretical approach they could take to it? Right? By breaking it down into the steps that would be part of the render graph. And again, if you got to get going, it's fine. But I'd really love to pick your brain about this in the future. If you want to take time for it. No stress. No big deal. All right? If you got to get going, I get it. Right? Get it, got it good. Yeah, totally, man. Like, yeah, do your thing. But Travis, I would love to have you jump into chat and try and explain this to us. And if you want to do that via like a collab stream at any point, just let me know. Okay, right? So the way I tend to think about what you're talking about is like if I were to draw to a canvas, I would have to draw the bottom layer up because of how canvas works in general. Does game rendering actually have to consider and worry about drawing from the bottom up? Or is that more of like just a canvas problem? Or is game dev really like equivalent to canvas development? Sometimes yes, but it depends on what you're doing. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll happily set aside like a stream or two to talk about this stuff if you want, man. I'll try and post it to YouTube and some of that stuff if you're okay with it. Sometimes the draw order matters and sometimes not. I'd be really curious about when it doesn't matter. Because with canvas, like, it always matters, right? Otherwise, you get weird overlapping problems. Yeah, that'd be really fun. For sure. Right, you're building a game engine. We could have a series of Travis teaches us how game engines work. I'm okay with that. That sounds really good. Travis teaches game dev. Boom, nailed it. That's the name of the thing and everything. Boom, nailed it. So sorting happens using a depth buffer, so draw order doesn't matter. For something like UI, it does matter. Okay, right? Because your UI always needs to be drawn on top. For sure, I get that. So how is like priority attached to the sort order and things like that? Yeah, I'd love an explanation of that. That sounds really interesting to me. And you don't have to shoot your shot right now of explaining the whole thing. Yeah. Save that up. Save that up. I like the idea. I think that'd be good. I know, exactly. Yeah. I'm speaking way faster than you could actually keep up with, because, like, I can use words. And yeah, you're having to, like, respond to my words in real time, and that's tough. I get that. But it'd be a really good interactive stream at some point. So yeah, I get it. Yeah, give me like a week or two. But I'll totally set up like a cal.com link for you. Like, no problem. Yeah, exactly. We all got stuff going on. I would say at least a week or two. And then you can help decide the timeline after that. I want to get some stuff done for Vexilla first, obviously. But yeah, I think that would be really cool. Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Good chillin'. I think that'll be some really fun content. Let me double check and think about it. Nope. No, definitely not. Yeah, like the only game dev thing I've really done for the web was based upon Matter.js, but that's all like 2D physics animation. It's not 3D, like very different. Yeah, no worries, Travis. Like, I assume so. I was trying to let you go way sooner. So yeah, thank you for chilling. We'll chat again. We'll schedule a thing. That'll be great. That'll be fun, man. But yes, I have used Matter.js for physics-based animations before, but it's always 2D. I have not dealt with 3D in any way, really. So yeah, like, when Acorn is doing her, like, 3D, like, pool physics and stuff, that shit is way above my head. Like, oh my god. I've done some, like, faux 3D using, like, polar coordinates and stuff like that, just for, like, animation of how things bounce, etc. But again, like, that's faux 3D. I've never done proper 3D on, like, in the browser. So, I don't know. Not sure. Alright, so we chillin'. It's 8:30 p.m. I think my main goal for tomorrow is going to be building out a services portion of the Vexilla website and evaluating Vexilla in a vacuum, right? Maybe we start building out the blog posts, etc. Like, you know, there's stuff we got to do. We're late enough in the day. We're already 8 hours into stream. So I need to get some food in my belly. Can't skip the meal. That'd be a bad idea. Yeah, I'll see you over on Gaming Stream. No worries, Bob. Yeah, cheers, man. Yeah, Dylan Mulroy, like, teaching us OCaml. I really love those sessions. Those are great, man. Those are really good. Like, really good. I'm really just thankful for him. He, I think, is the one that originally reached out to do these sessions, and I'm really just thankful of that. He's an awesome dude. I'm gonna propose a talk for Charlotte JS, or whatever they call that conference, just so I can go out to North Carolina and say hi. That'd be cool. We'll see if it happens, though. We'll see. If they allow multiple submissions, we'll do it. I get it. But yeah, so at this point, we got to figure out who we go raid. Who's even going right now? Oh, really, Defect? Oh, you're out near DM Mulroy? I know he's in NC. I'm not going to dox the city because I don't remember, so I can't even dox his city. But yeah, man, like, yeah, no, that sounds cool, man. For sure, dude. I'll say right now, I'm chiller in person than on stream. So I think it'd be a great old time. All right, so we're gonna go raid Spiridon because he's awesome. He's killing it. No beer fund. I'd be buying beers at least half the time, so we'd be good. How much shorter? I mean, I'm 5'5.5", and I'm really clinging to that extra half, okay? So I'm pretty short. I'm pretty short. I'm bite-sized, you know? Snack-sized. There we go. That's the term. There we go. The snack that bites back. Take it easy there, yeehaw. Hold on. No, I'm 5'5.5". I'm like, yeah, I'm not even kidding. I've measured it recently, especially with shoes. Yeah, I'm 5'5.5" for sure. My ID says 5'6". But yeah, anyway, later. See y'all soon. Let's go say hi to Spiridon. Goodbye. Later. See you soon.